One, two, three. We got one person missing from the tabletop, so I'm gonna wait until they can pop into the tabletop. Um, this session we're gonna do a little different than some of the others. One, we're gonna have a somewhat defined endpoint. We might possibly go a little bit past the end of the combat, but unless we have quite a bit of time, I don't want to start something because I don't think there's going to be a good end beat. So we might end up ending session early today. We'll sort of see where that goes. But recap isn't super important to session today because of the nature of this combat being very complex and because we're going to be using some new mechanics that ideally if things had gone as I planned, you guys had already been familiar with some of these mechanics before we got into a bigger combat. So since we're going to be starting this big combat with mechanics that are going to be new to you guys, I do want to kind of pull as much other stuff off of the table as possible, and I have simplified a bunch of things on the map and the way the monsters work and things like that in order to accommodate for that. So we're going to do basically no recap. We're going to then kind of try to jump into it fairly quickly. You guys might notice my voice is it's kind of recovered, but I don't have stamina when I'm trying to talk, so I get out of breath really easily and cough, and sometimes I have to stop for a little while. So I'll try to run game normally today, but I might have to pause and break for some stuff. Um, so first thing I want to do before we get into kind of anything about like from session, or if we do want to do a little bit of explanation from last time, you guys did teleport into the middle of this battle. I want you guys to take a second and familiarize yourself with the map and with the primary handout, which is going to be that ship combat rules handout. Um, the long and short of it basically is that as long as we are on normal ship combat terms, which is what we're going to start at, you get a standard action and a minor action. The standard action is going to be using one of the weapons platforms, and the minor action is going to be something else. It could be all kinds of stuff, but the default is going to be some sort of skill check. Although there's at the beginning, you kind of have to figure out what you all want to engage with. So there's a lot of parts of the map. There's a lot of parts of the city. There's a lot of things going on. But the core element there is that it's going to be standard action. You can make a skill check if you want as a standard action if you think it's more important than using one of the weapon systems, or you can use a minor action to make a skill check. You can use an action point in ship combat, and if you do use an action point, you get an extra standard action as normal, and you can use that standard action to use a weapons platform. Whenever you use one of the weapons platform, if you look at the top right of the map, you'll see not only do you guys have tokens that are yours that are there for reference, but there's a ready and expended thing. Each of you should be able to move those tokens. If you can't for some reason, let me know and I'll make sure I can get it fixed. But basically, when you decide, hey, I'm going to use one of these, just move it from ready to expended. And then when we get to the top of initiative, I'll take everything and move it back over to expended unless something has happened that keeps that particular thing expended. So once it's been used, it can't be used until kind of everything refreshes again. Um, yes. So again, before we get into narrative stuff, just an idea of the map. The map is also broken up in a couple different ways, and it's broken into a couple different pieces. If you look on the individual tokens, you'll see that everything on the map is marked with a blue. Well, most things on the map are marked with a blue and a red icon. So the red icons you can basically ignore. That's bookkeeping for me, so that I know how pieces of the battle play out, and I can kind of keep bumping the story forward. So you can more or less ignore the red things. But the blue things gives you depth marker, and it is hard to see. And I did not find a good way to show depth markers without the blue tokens or in another way that makes it easier to see. I don't know why the markers are so small on these tokens, but anything on there is squares of depth. So, for example, our category 4 in the harbor here, that is 3 squares of depth. So you've got 3 squares of water, so 150 foot of water, and then it's basically sitting on the bottom of the harbor. Um, and the same goes for kind of the other creatures. If you look down over here to this little battle that's happening over here on this front, you'll see that our category ones that are up here, the 3 category 1s, they're all 1 square, so they're 50 feet below the surface. But the 2 category 1s that are engaging the sun's favored are they don't have a number on them, so that means that they're surfaced, so they're on the surface. And our category 2 back there, it's down 2, so it's 2 squares. It's 100 feet down in the water. The icons that are around the city, um, so you've got the Grell and the Brain and the Nothic. Like those aren't really monster tokens in the same way that everything else is. There is a massive army that is pressing the walls from either side, and it's made up primarily of these creatures. So that's not, oh, there's a whole bunch of Grell on one side, there's a whole bunch of Nothic on the other, whatever. There, it's just me using a couple of tokens to represent a large force that is here, and it doesn't have hit points, it doesn't have defenses, it doesn't have the same things that everything else does because you're working at a different scale. So if you use the weapon system from the ship or you use skill checks or you use other things to go after them, it's going to function more like a skill challenge than it will like a monster. All of the leviathans that are on the board function a lot more like monsters. You hit them, they have hit points, they have attacks, that sort of stuff. So before I get into anything else, does anyone have any questions about either the handout or this map?
All of the ships circled in green are the friendlies, correct?
Yes, all the ones that have the little yellowish aura, or greenish aura around them. The aura doesn't mean anything other than that is a thing with an active beacon. So if any of those ships lose that aura, that means that their beacon is inactive.
Okay, so not, but they are all friendlies, right? Those are the. Is there a different way we can tell the friendlies?
So the answer is yes. So they're all ships. They're all hypothetically speaking friendly, although nobody
You can
really
see their
knows
health
who's
bar.
here on their side. So they are friendly towards Hardhome. Whether they're friendly towards you or not is something we're going to have to discover. There are 3 buildings with blue roofs as well. If you look kind of here, you'll see there's a building up here right next to the Superstition's End. There's one at the end of the wall on the other end, and then there's this blue building that's on this island out here. These are 3 like batteries of cannon, like 3 fortresses that are on land. So all 3 of those things have heavy cannon that are firing and are part of the combat, but they're not ships. And again, they're going to function less like things with hit points and more like things with skill challenges and rules and things. And they can be destroyed, but it's not you do 30 hit points to them and they explode. It's more of a they can be overrun or changed or things like that. Any other questions? Cool. Okay, so hearing a whole lot of nothing for the moment. So what I'm going to do is something a little different. Now I will give you guys a copy of this once I'm done with it, but because this is such a different situation than what I was expecting to do, I did want to kind of have a little bit of an unusual opening for the session. So if you guys would, if you are ready to sort of, if you've got your drink, you can sit down and listen for a couple of minutes. I am going to have a little bit of a narration at the beginning of this, so toss me a 1 in chat, and then I'll kind of start off the session. One Griffel Sill, Morin Drock. Looks like I'm waiting for Filibuster.
I did talk to myself. I'm sorry.
Oh, it's all good.
There we go.
And yes, please use talk to yourself. Feel free to click on all the stuff that you guys have access to, because I do understand that this is a lot, and the original plan was to give you guys much more time to tinker with these things in smaller battles before throwing you guys into a really big one. So when you guys get out of the teleport, this whole area kind of comes to life. You see all the craziness. You see this battle that's happening. As you kind of go to figure out, okay, what are we going to do? How are we going to jump into action? Griffle, you have the thing where you get the security warning and everyone feels this connection to the ship. As when you think and move, you almost get like another limb, and you notice that if you focus on any of the platforms, you can control it as it is now linked to you as a member of crew. But right as this happened, you get this flush of energy and a vision slams home. The drug slams into your brain like a flaming ice pick. Spinning the tube in your hand, you the glass depressor and send a jolt into the other nostril. The first blast has deadened things enough that the second one doesn't burn nearly as much. The lines in your mind blur a second as you close your eyes and allow yourself a moment to bathe in the numbness. How long you need? The tiny voice belongs to Tread. He tries to understand, and maybe his connection to the beacon can give him some idea of the pain you experience when a crew member dies while linked to you. But whatever feedback he experiences when the ship is damaged, it's nothing compared to this. In your mind, you see 24 threads that should extend to friends and in frayed, pulsing nerves, lives that have been cut short. I'm almost there. You say more to the captain than the pilot. You slip the now emptied nose tube into your pocket next to the command rod, although you don't trust yourself enough to broadcast commands, and leave the rod in its holster. She will need you soon if you have any hope of surviving this battle. You'll be slower to respond while high, but it's better than trying to function with a whole mind full of shredded nerves. You open your eyes and see the inside of the officer's hold, the command center of the ship, packed with people. It's a small, warded room, reinforced, but even the pilot being a pixie, it's really not built for you to fit 5 people comfortably in here. Especially when Thuana, the elven first mage, is pacing back and forth, flicking her rod irritably. I have been sidelonged long enough, ma'am. Thuana whines for the 100th time. Everyone in the room looks exhausted, ragged, pushed to their limits, except for her. Captain has ordered her to reserve her strength, and she's chafing at orders, as usual. Captain is watching her. You, everything. Her black eyes are always unnerving, as you can never tell where they're focused. The blades in the captain's face, arms, and chest twitch with the ship as it pitches back and forth violently. The last of the Cat 1s to scramble on board is a long time dying. You will cast when and where I say. We all maybe need you at full strength if this battle is truly lost. The blade that sticks through her cheek taps her lower teeth as she speaks. We are not to... Captain! The tiny voice of the pilot is the only one that can interrupt her without consequence. The pixie floats over the command table on his small orb. Multiple contacts! Heading 2.5, mark 10 miles, downer 6. For a few moments, the only things you hear are the groaning of the ship under the weight of the creature on deck, the dull roar of the crashing waves against the hull. Tread's eyes gloss over as he communes with the beacon. Half a dozen Cat 1s, a couple of Cat 2s, and... The glossy look from his eyes vanishes as you feel a wave of horror and disbelief through your crew link. The captain nods. And the only reason a couple of Cat 4s work together. Fuck me. The captain starts snapping out verbal orders to the rest of the officers, turns on her crew link for just a moment. Stow weapons, bind the links. We make for the northern passage at speed. Her mental voice is fuzzy, dulled with pain, drugs, and death clouding your mind. But you'll get it done. Maybe if any of you live through the night, you'll have time to grieve. Drawing the rod feels familiar to you, but it's also different. As you begin to broadcast the captain's command to the crew, it is the same command rod you've always owned, but now it's also something else. A shaft of bone white, smooth as glass, yet somehow slightly rough. Each of you sees his hand, but you also see yours. His hand holding the command rod for the ship, yours holding the bone given to you by an angel once called Tyseriel. The vision begins to fray, a tapestry of reality unraveling before your eyes. You are aware of being you in the waking world for a moment, aboard the ship, before the world swirls into lights and colors and an intense feeling of falling backward drags you back into not your body, but the same body in a different time. Once again, you are seeing through the eyes of a scion aboard a warship. Once again, your own feelings fade, but instead of becoming them, you are merely seeing through their eyes, feeling their feelings, living life not as the scion, but alongside him. Everything in this place, this time, looks fluid. The colors are vibrant, slick, and sometimes mixing, like a freshly painted scene constantly jostled. You are again in the command center, or maybe you never left. You await your orders at attention, riding the wave of excitement and energy as the rest of the crew link to you. 100 minds holding yours aloft feels like you can take on the world. Several voices are arguing over one another, but you don't really listen. Just drawing on their threads through the crew link, you can understand what they're trying to get across. Yimlaith wishes to take a more active role in the battle. The first officer is from Hardhome, so that makes perfect sense, but Captain won't risk the crew any more than's needed. Treyad drones on his tiny voice, giving battle reports and crew numbers, but his mind is focused on searching for new things, even if his voice is listing off things that he already knows. Huana is making her case to be allowed on deck, agreeing that she must be kept fresh, but she could offer real aid by warming up on the Levi's threatening the ice wall. Captain, as always, keeps her mind closed in the crew link unless issuing orders, but she's letting all of this flow into her. Captain? The tiny voice of the pilot is drowned out by the scattered voices, and you instinctively send a mental blast to ask the others to fall silent. The others might catch the urgency in his voice if they're listening, but you felt the moment he found something important, and his voice must be heard. The pixie floats over the command table on his small orb. Contact 1.16, mark 500 feet, upper 45. It isn't there yet, just something forming, some sort of teleportation, ma'am. Hardhome have an ace of its sleeves? The captain asks more to Yimlaith than anyone else. The orc slowly shakes his head. Not be one of ours, ma'am. I be thinking it be one of them dark lights, opening something nasty above the city. The orc's voice is calm of a sort, but his mind is flooded with hatred and worry. The captain nods, moving swiftly towards the door. You send a mental pulse to the hatch, removing the words and opening as she slides through and up the stairs. The rest of the command crew scrambles after her. Colors swirl over everyone, bleeding into one another. You pass a crewman who salutes. For a moment, you see his body torn to pieces, his mind shattered, the mental link shared between you and him, a frayed mess. Captain on deck, you broadcast. Nobody is topside during an engagement. Everyone is down below working the guns, the runners, and the halo. A wave of concern and confusion from the crew hits you, but you tamp it down, sending back confidence and the sure knowledge that Captain has a plan. Captain steps onto the blade halo and looks nearly due north. There is a disturbance in the air, past the harbor and over the northern cliffs, behind the defensive line formed by the ice wall, keeping most of the Levi's at bay. Major interplanar teleportation markers. Can't get a good read until it... In a flash of light, a ship appears. An airship, huge with Genasi markings and an elemental flame levitation belt. Another round of conversation erupts as the captain focuses on the new ship. As they talk, smaller vessels butt off the larger one and spread around the ship. What am I looking here? The captain offers her link for a split second to send the message through you to the pilot, letting the others speak their mind. Genasi heretics. They be baiting the Levi's in. Only reason they be working together, something be controlling them or driving them. Nail in our coffin, that be. The first mate's words don't completely match his feelings. He knows he is meant to be a voice for worse cases, but you can feel hope coming from the tough old man. Rather than speak through the pilot, through you, the pilot gets close to the captain and speaks as loud as he can to be heard, over the grinding of the halo, the crashing waves, and the arguing officer corps. After a moment of glassy-eyed communing with the beacon, the tiny voice says, Can't say what it is, Captain. She's blocking us out. At that, the arguing goes quieter, and the first mate's eyes narrow. We jammed? The captain's blade click on her teeth, her voice calm and thoughtful. No, Captain, not jammed, just blocked. She's hiding herself. From Goldie? The captain gives a half smile at the pilot. You don't need a mental link to tell that she's propping him up by using the pilot's pet name for the beacon. The pixie's annoying at times, but he is a master at his craft. Goldie doesn't know. She can't see into that ship's heart. A wave of unease from the pilot hits you, followed by the sharp lines of decisiveness as he makes his call. Goldie can't see her signet, Captain, but she knows royalty when she feels it. The officers are silent a long moment. You feel their minds roiling to catch up. Full speed into the kill zone of the shore batteries, but keep us out of the path of the Levi. If the defenders of Hardhome want to place themselves in the Levi's jaws for their people, let them, but I want a way out if we need one. The mental command slams into you from the captain. Should also give us a better look at this high tower. You send the crew the command, the pilot the heading, and lay into it the urgency and confidence you feel from the captain. While she thinks at you, she says aloud, Duwana, a war you wanted. This is a wild card. Use your skywriting. Tell me how she plans to be played. Thuana throws her hands into the air, and a wave of sparks and lights erupts into the air, forming into massive letters. The connection you feel towards the scion aboard the Golden Lion fades, becoming distant as the colors of your painting vision become more melded and solid. Your mind's eye drifts upwards to the words written large in the sky, and suddenly you're seeing them from the other direction, aboard the Superstition's End, with the Battle of Hardhome raging around you. Roll for initiative.
That was lit. Let's go. Let's all die together.
No, we got
Might have to be quiet for a minute after doing that. That's a lot.
That was quite a bit of speaking, Gary. Gary, what
Looks like
race, if you could answer, if you could do it text too, what, like the person with the blade in their mouth?
they're a bladeling.
Okay, that's what I figured.
We're missing one person from initiative. Drock, Morin, Sil, Phil, 1. We need Griffle.
Griffle just rolled.
Oh,
Griffle
it might
rolled
not
a
have your
21.
tokens. The token might not have been selected, so
I wasn't selected the token.
that's fine.
Me big dum dum today.
It's all good.
It's your time to shine.
So, one quick thing. We got initiative orders. We're ready to go. There's going to be 2 little things, and then we'll kind of jump straight into it. The first thing that happens is going to be something for Morin. So I sent you something, Morin, to read for a second. The second thing that happens is Griffle gets a security warning, which she passes along, and one of many, you receive a message. It's your turn first, so let's have you interact first. Are you going to send your message back? What are you doing when you get this sending?
Okay. So I receive a message from Aegis. You may recall that what had I asked him? He had asked us about our dragon encounter and had asked for an update on progress and told us to report to Baron Furneaux. So I had responded basically that there was a lot of information and could we meet? And so at the start of the battle, I get a message, divination attached to message, which I do not understand. And also, with permission, will gate to your location or to a provided spin disk to speak. He also said that An will recover. I'd asked it after her health. So when I received this message, I'm thinking that I should tell him that we are about to start a battle with adversary forces at Hardhome and ask him if he wants to come help.
Now be careful with your wording there. Does
Yeah.
Aegis think this is adversary forces, or does he think this is menial?
Yeah, I don't know. So what do you guys think? I mean, I could say commencing battle with Leviathan at Hardhome. Multiple
Yeah.
Leviathan.
Yeah, I'd say call out what, like 3 category 4s or whatever, right? Call those out.
Yeah. But do we want, I mean, why wouldn't we want to ask him to come help,
Gary,
right?
only one of them is Darklight, or is it 3?
One of them is.
Okay. The one in the harbor.
Correct. Yeah, what do you guys want to do?
I'm with, let him know what we're doing, and if he wishes to join, because he could spin right to our ship then, couldn't he?
I think he could, or he said gate, so it sounds like he could do whatever he wants.
Yeah, I say we invite him.
Okay. So
Griffle, do you say anything about the message itself?
Yes. So, the divination attached part, I suspect that may have something to do with the ship's warning about contamination. Like the beacon let me know there was something wrong with the message before I delivered it. And I purged it because I wasn't sure what it was.
You deleted the attachment.
Well, it said it was dangerous for us.
Interesting.
The defenders of Hardhome need to know who we are.
So this is coming. So the skywriting at the end of the little intro thing is coming from this ship that is here, the DCO Golden Lion.
So they're demanding that we state our intention.
Can we show them our intention?
I don't
with
think
all
they
users?
actually know how to speak Primordial, but they're trying, which means they think we're Genasi.
So, first question is, how do you respond to the sending? And then the next question is, what are you doing with your turn one? Because that's going to be the start of the fight.
Okay.
Sorry,
So-
real quick before we get into combat, because I was poking around the ship and some of the attacks and stuff. Several of the attacks take percentages of power, and some use augments. When using the augments, what points are those actually spending?
So if you look when it's augment 0, augment 1, augment 2, augment 1 is 1%. 0 is no power. This is just the standard thing of the ship. Augment 1 means you're using 1% of the ship's energy. Augment 2 means you're using 2% of the ship's energy.
Got it. And there was one I clicked on, I forget which one, but it seemed to use 1% by default. So, okay. So we just have to be careful, check everything, like talk to ourselves to see if we want to use it, and then go from there. Okay. Do we have a counter somewhere of what the ship's power is?
It's on the token.
So it's 37? Okay. The temporary hit points is our, or that's where, what is the green normally? I always forget.
Green normally is your surges, or actually, I think normally it's the other way around. Green is normally your temporary hit points, and then blue is normally your surges. I can swap them. It doesn't really matter.
No, it doesn't. I never remember the colors, so it doesn't matter anyway. Just curious. So, okay, so that's good. I'll have that. And then
I'll swap it.
when you're on the ship and you hit second wind, is that adding hit points to the ship?
No. So anything you have that affects you is only affecting you and your character. So it's on smaller scale.
Oh, no. Like, if you click on the ship, there's a second wind button.
There shouldn't be.
There shouldn't be a second wind button.
Okay. It's the very far right one. So I see beacon commands, weapon description, security warning, second wind.
Oh, you might have that change something on your settings, but there's no second wind on the beacon.
I also don't have a second wind.
Yeah.
I think
You might
you
want to
have
refresh even.
no. I think that you have it set to show for every token for your second wind.
Probably. Okay. I'll ignore it. Thank you.
Any other questions? All right. So one, what is your response?
I have it typed in chat. I will put it.
All right. And that's your message sent away.
All right.
I like it.
It's your turn. Again, you guys can choose to engage with whatever you want to engage with. There are two major forces attacking Hardhome. There's obviously the category for this in the harbor, and then each of these sort of ships and their escort are engaging a group of Leviathans.
Mhm.
So, one, what would you
Except
like
for
to
the
do?
Golden Lion. The Golden Lion doesn't have one. It's alone, right?
The Golden Lion doesn't have an escort, correct? But it is still engaging the Leviathan.
Sorry, one last question. Range on weapons?
So it's on the individual one. So the different weapons have different weapon ranges, usually between 5 and 10, I think. I think the fire one might be long range.
The Radiant Beam is 20.
Yeah, so some of them are long range, so range 20. Some of them are shorter range. And I'm going to put it out there just once so that everyone can see it. These are the basic descriptions of the weapons. This is roughly what they do. So you guys can, if you want, discuss as a group like which weapons you want to like actively use, what you're going to try to engage with. Because right now you kind of have to decide like, are you going to be helping the city more? Are you going to try to go after the Dark Light in the harbor? Are you going to be trying to help one of these sort of smaller battles that are happening? How are you going to approach this?
My first thought was we take out the dark light. Is it first? If we can get rid of that, that'd
I
be
think
good.
that's brave thinking, brother.
I know, right? The other thought I had is how do we attach Al to a weapon platform again?
So if you want to use the reserve weapon, you can. Basically, you pick one of the weapons platforms and you use that one and just say you're using it as a reserve. So, for example, if you said, we're not going to use the necrotic one this round, we're going to use the necrotic one and we want to engage the reserve weaponry, you can do that.
Okay, and what's that range on the reserve? Do we know?
5? Oh.
No idea.
No
I'm
idea.
sure it's you roll and you find out.
Yeah.
And
Well-
when does the ship itself move?
So the ship moves on Griffel's turn. Now, another thing is that basically the way the battle's set up is until you are fully engaged with one of the enemies, they're all kind of going together at the end of the round. And if you do get into like more direct combat with something, they'll roll initiative and it'll be more in your initiative turn. So if you decide, hey, we want to move the ship first, you can basically delay and have Griffle go first, and then Griffle can move the ship if that's what you want to do.
Okay. And so, like with all of these weapons, like if it's range 20, like can it go through water? Is there a penalty for going through water?
You're not really sure, but probably some sort of penalty for firing into the water. You don't really know if the different weapon systems will act differently to the water, but probably.
Yeah. Because like I'm looking, if we wanted to attack this dark light, it's like 6 squares over, but then 3 squares down. But like cold is range 20, so I feel like that would probably hit. I guess we just don't know yet.
The last time we went against Darklight, we used Al, and I'm really tempted to just do that again.
Yeah, I feel like that seems like a good idea. What can you describe these phantom tentacles?
So
Barry?
there are these kind of ghostly looking, they kind of look partially translucent, partially not, insubstantial tentacles that are reaching out from the water and grabbing onto things. Several of the larger leviathans have these tentacles that are seemingly unconnected to the leviathan itself that are reaching out and grabbing onto things.
Okay, so they're phantom in that they're not attached, but they are corporeal enough to destroy things.
Correct.
Okay.
And they can be attacked if you so choose, but they look very flimsy, I guess is the way to say that.
So could I do like a monster knowledge check on them?
You could. 1 second. So you think that these are a lot like the way that you project your consciousness. They might be a little bit more physical than your projected consciousness,
Mhm.
but they're like pieces of the rather than like connected to like a normal tentacle to the creatures. These are like pieces of their consciousness projected outward and attacking things. So again, a lot
Okay,
like your shape consciousness power.
gotcha. Cool.
But they look a little more substantial, so you think that they can be hit by like area attacks and things like that.
Okay.
From
Um,
the havoc that they're wreaking on the shoreline, they look like they're pretty strong and could be fairly damaging as well.
okay. So yeah, I agree with Drac. I feel like we should probably focus with saving the city and killing this dark light as our number one thing. Because I'm looking at these other battles going on, and while they don't all look great, it seems like most of the other Leviathan are pretty engaged with ships. And I also think if we start attacking Leviathan, the Golden Lion will figure out that we are there to help. You guys agree?
team?
Yeah, I agree with that.
Yep.
I agree with that.
I
Okay.
think we should send them a
Sorry, could
message,
you
but yeah.
could you
I agree
repeat
with
the last
the
part?
final statement.
What?
Could you repeat the last part?
If I can remember the last part. So I think if we're attacking the Leviathan, that's going to send the message that we're good guys. Was that the last
Yep.
part? Morin, well, so would it be like a minor action to do some sort of response? Do we have a means of responding to this really? I guess we could use the beacon to project one of those like standard messages, right?
Yes.
You can.
Is that
Although that
a
would have
thing?
to. Griffel would have to take that as her minor action on her turn. If you wanted to
Okay.
try to send a message some other way, you could try to do it, but you just have to find something that you think makes sense and appropriate skill check.
Yeah. Okay, so although I am crew and I can command the weapon systems, I can't do like other shippy things.
You can't be one of the ones that does the beacon stuff.
Gotcha.
The beacon and moving the ship are commands that are done by the pilot, by Griffel.
Gotcha. Okay. Okay. Well then, I think I'm gonna go ahead and just attack this Darklight Leviathan and let y'all handle the rest.
Harry, what is
Okay.
the displacement destination?
I'm sorry.
In the beacon command of displace, the last two words are displacement destination.
That is information the group already knows. Does he remember where the displacement destination is?
Yes.
It's like a
It
star,
is
The
in
right?
sun?
No.
Yes, it's in a star.
Okay.
Oh yeah, so we probably want to displace stuff each round,
Only
right?
Griffel can take that action.
But she should be doing that because that's an easy way to get rid of.
It does take 2% of energy, so that's important to remember.
Do we know? I remember. Like, can we displace a category 4?
You can
we-
if they roll poorly,
Yeah. Okay. Okay.
which they probably won't.
Yeah.
Smile.
And if you check through the beacon's other actions, you'll see that some of the things are designed to work together. So, if you remember the first time that the beacon fired on something and it did try to displace it, do you remember what happened first? If you guys don't, that's fine. The characters would remember.
Not the
It deterred
particulars.
first and it failed deterring, then it displaced, right?
It didn't displace. It shot it with a beam that didn't seem to do anything that you could tell.
Which would be the disruption beam.
Oh, so
Yo,
does
we
that
should.
like?
Is the dragon fixed? Can we drop the dragon?
The dragon is there, yeah.
We should dump the dragon.
Oh,
Alright.
disrupt makes it take a -5 penalty to saving throws.
Nice.
Yeah. Okay, but those are all beacon commands, so those are all Griffel things.
Yes.
Okay. So I think we should try to use our reserve weapon. And I'm looking at all of these different weapon damage types. And I feel like
What is the worst range?
oh, I gotta click them all.
Force has the worst range. It's at 5.
All right, let's get rid of force for now. Then is my thought.
Force can also pull stuff, so we could pull stuff out of the water if we're running into problems targeting things below water.
But it has such a short range, we'd have to be like right by it.
Yeah, I was just
Yeah.
thinking like for turn 1, nothing's in range. We might as well get rid of the short range. Try the long range. Then next turn it comes back, right?
Next round, yeah. But so do we have any reason to believe that if we use the force platform to engage the reserve weapon, it's going to use force damage?
No. You know
No.
that you know specifically it doesn't do that.
Because he did cold when we used something else.
Right. So basically, you're instead of opening it up to that part of the engine, you're opening up because the weapons platforms are portals. You're just
Right.
opening up the portal into primary containment instead of into
And he just does one
part
of
of the
those.
ship
Okay.
that's shutting off energy.
Okay. So that is what I will do. I will use our force portal to engage our reserve weapon to attack the Darklight Leviathan in the harbor.
Okay.
Okay.
So move it over to expended for me for force.
Yep.
The thing is, actually, I'm gonna have you roll a d20 rather than giving you the token actions. So, but just roll a d20, and then I'm gonna do the total thing on my side.
Okay. Oof.
3.
Yep.
So you see this kind of lance of it looks like force, although you can tell when it kind of goes off that it's basically superheated wind, and it hits the surface of the water and it kind of boils a little like line into the thing, and you see in that there are these kind of it looks like big pieces of like fiery glitter that strike down into the interior and light up the area around the category 4 that then retracts in some of its tendrils to try to fend off whatever it is that's around it. It doesn't seem to be hurting the creature, but it does seem to be distracting the creature.
Okay.
Phil, you're up.
What do the walls seem to be made out of?
Stone.
Stone.
Heavily wooded
And
stone.
the little army is like all around the city.
Yes. So the markers on here is that the ones on your side are a little bit less. So there's fewer on your side than on the opposite side. But they are gathered all around the city and kind of pressing up against the walls. And there's defenders on the walls, firing bows and crossbows and throwing rocks and things like that.
Sure. I would, and then so can I use a weapons platform to roll for the skill challenge?
You can use a weapons platform to fire into the enemy army, and it's not going to do damage, so you don't actually do a roll for it.
Yeah.
But it will cause successes on it depending on your skill check. So you can say, I'm going to use my standard action to make a skill check on the army, and you can use something that you just need to justify and how you're using the weapons platform to cause the most damage. So examples could be
Okay.
perception. You could find something that looks like it's important, or etc.
Well, I was thinking like I would use the fire platform to make like a wall of fire and deter them from the wall.
Yeah, you could do something like that.
Yeah,
The question is,
that's what I.
how are you? That is not how the fire thing normally works. So what are you doing to kind of twist the way that it works to get it to do the thing you want it to do? So something like,
So how would it normally work is the question then.
It shoots a lance of fire, like it's just a beam of fire, and then it goes away. So if you're going to make it sort of less intense but longer to make this wall of fire, you can do that, but you're going to have to do something that is you tampering with the way that the system works. So dungeoneering is the default for interacting with like mechanical or technological systems. So dungeoneering is default, or you could try to justify something else.
Engineering sounds fine. Let's do that. That is what I should I move it over as well?
Yes, if you're using the fire platform, you should move it over.
Find my character. Can I move my character over?
I mean, you guys can move your characters wherever. Just try to keep it out of the water because there's enough tokens on the map.
That is a 27. I think I did it.
27. Ooh, that is not supposed to be on the map. Hang on. Is it on the map? Hang on. Cool. There we go. So 2 successes for defend the northern walls. So you see the army coming up, kind of getting right close to it. Right as you go to fire off the weapon, you see this kind of roaring cry echo from the creatures on the ground as they all rush forward. And right as the weapon is firing, you can see that the defenders on the wall are scrambling right near where you are. And you can notice that a lot of the wards on the wall look like they're darkening, like the wards protecting the walls are failing. And the enemy forces see that as a reason to charge forward right into this wall of fire that just erupts, 200 feet, 400 feet, 800 feet, the entire length of the wall. So 1,000-foot long wall of fire erupts in front of the enemy forces, burning many of them. Anything else, Phil?
And then my minor action would be just look around. Set. Is
So
that kind
the
of what
thing-
the idea of the minor action is?
So it's a skill challenge thing, but the thing is there's not a lot of skill challenge stuff yet that you guys have engaged with. You have to pick something to interact with first before you start having something to really do with your minor action. So if you
Okay,
don't have
sure.
something to spend your minor action on, don't worry about it. It'll happen as we keep going.
Cool. Move on. Captain
Griffle.
Griffle.
Yo, how do I stop talking to myself? What do I need to type again?
You should just have a button in the bottom left that says "Talk to myself." You can get click. Or
I
if
can't.
you need to
I can't click it.
Okay, you just / talk to myself also work. It's a toggle, so it goes on and off.
So, for the beacon action. Okay, so here's what I'm thinking, right? I wrote myself a little cheat sheet about the beacon actions. So we have deter, discharge, disrupt, displace, deploy, and defend. So only 3 of these take actual power. So displace takes 2%, deter and defend both take 1% power. The rest of them don't take any power at all. So deploy is just we can deploy like our ship's forces, like the elementals and the furnace dragon and stuff. Somebody needs to be in primary security in order for that to work.
So it deploys people from primary security, which is where your stuff is. So like the furnace dragon and stuff, they're in security right now.
Yeah, but we need to. So when it says you just need one ally in primary security, it doesn't have to be one of us.
Right. And the furnace dragon and the mind killer golems, all that sort of stuff, those are your allies now. They're part of the ship.
Yep, cool. So we can deploy things, which I don't think we should do against the Leviathans because they're just going to end up in the water, and I don't think that's very good. So deter is it's 1% power, and we can neg their attack, and then it forces them to move their speed directly away from the ship, which strategically I don't think we can use that effectively at the moment. The Cat 4 in the harbor is can't move away from us too far unless it goes on land, I guess, or it could go down.
You could reposition the ship.
Yes, I can.
Look, it could go here and then deter it.
Yeah, we could. Yeah. So I know we were saying displace is the one that we want to go for, but it's 2% ship's power, and they have to fail the saving throw by more than 5 in order for it to be yeeted into the sun. So my gut feel on that is it's unlikely to work on a Cat 4.
Yeah, totally.
So maybe the little ones probably we could do that with if we really need to. It is kind of the power move, but it's also super, super risky. And we could just waste a bunch of power trying to make that work.
Right.
My thought right now is disrupt negs their saving throws. And the radiant weapon seems to work with that. So it can't benefit from concealment. And it takes additional damage if it's undead or aberrant.
Mm-hmm.
Which we're assuming it's aberrant, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So like that's
Sure.
my gut feel. Is
Yeah,
to
I like that.
Neg saving throws and then throw this on it, and then potentially next turn we could try a displacement because I can keep. So the displace. Oh no, sorry, hang on. The disrupt stacks. The neg on the saving throws stacks. So if I get a couple of those on the cat 4, then we could
stacks-
try a displace on it.
It stacks to the extent that it ends at the end of your next turn, though. So you
So
can
for
pretty much
for
only
clarity,
get
just to
10.
make sure real quick to make sure we're on the same page. You get 2 beacon, a maximum of 2 beacon actions per turn. Well, technically you could do 3, but you get whatever Griffle does as a standard action on her turn, and then at the end of your turn, Griffle, you choose to be what the beacon is going to do automatically at the end of the round. So you can either choose to use your actions on weapons platforms, and then the one at the end of the round will automatically happen no matter what. Or you can choose to use a beacon action and then the one at the end of the round, or you can choose to beacon action point, another beacon action, and the third one at the end of the round.
Okay, so no matter what, one of the so I could do a beacon action now, but the one that happens automatically regardless of what I choose is always going to be at the end of the round. So I can't do the beacon action first and then use a weapons platform, right?
Unless you action pointed, correct.
Okay. Interesting.
But your beacon
In that
action will
case-
affect everybody else's if you did it.
Yeah, that's what. Yeah, But it won't go into effect until the end of the round, though.
No, if you
So
did
what
one
do
on
we-
your turn.
You can use one that happens now. Using your actions, you can use one that happens immediately. And then that if whatever that happens, we'll just roll it now. At the end of your turn, you tell the beacon what you wanted to do at the end of the round, and then it'll do that at the end of the round.
Okay. Sorry. There's a lot of strategy that goes into choosing the right one here. So like once I get a feel for it, this will go quicker, but like bear with me. I'm having choice paralysis. Sorry. Okay, well, like, what weapons are people leaning towards? Because then I'll do beacon actions that can support that.
I
think the
cold, lightning, and radiant sound good.
Okay.
Yeah.
And let me just scroll up so I can remember what the fuck they do.
Again, my original intent was that you guys would get pieces of this to get like, oh, this is how this works in this fight, and then how this works in this fight, and then you get full access to everything later. So it wasn't just here's a massive amount of information, but that's not how it worked.
Okay, so you said the cold and the which ones? Cold,
lightning, and radiant seemed interesting to try.
Right.
Yeah, lightning does like multiple targets, and cold creates a barrier.
lightning only does
radiant.
multiple targets if you power it up.
Same with cold. Cold, if you augment 2, gives you concealment. So most of the special things seem to be augments.
Yeah.
And that's so we'd have to augment 2, so that's using 2% of ship's power.
Yeah, which unsure if
But
it's
if
worth
you,
it at this
again,
point.
if the goal here is to kill the cat 4, you need to weaken it because it will eat everything otherwise. If that is our goal.
My gut feel on this is to throw everything into negging its saving throws. And then try to displace it, try to yeet it into the sun.
Mm-hmm.
Like I kind of want to. I don't want to gamble on a displace without setting ourselves up for it, but I do want to displace because I think it's the most effective.
You could, if you wanted, because you have an action point, right? Well, it's not there, but I'm assuming you have an action point. You could.
Also, keep in mind that like it'll stack. The negs will stack, but the second lot won't come into effect until the end of the round. So I can't do it on this turn, and I can't.
What I'm saying is, we could spend this turn weakening it. You could do it 3 times, literally, if you ship action point, end of round. That's -15, and then when We can defend the walls on this turn and then circle back to the Cav 4 next turn.
Uh-huh.
There's your strat.
Gary, if I were to spend my action and my action point this round negging his saving throws, that's going to be a neg 10 until the end of the round, and then the neg 10 goes away, and then the neg 5 happens on my next turn. Is that right? That's how that would work?
So no, it lasts till the end of your next turn. So if let's assume everything hits. So if you shoot it once, it hits, you action point, you shoot it again. It's now at -10. If you set the beacon at the end of the round to shoot it as well, and it hits, that's -15. So at the start of your turn, until the end of your turn, it'll be at -15.
I think that's what we should do. I think we should go all in to get this Cat 5, Cat 4, like, to fuck
That's what I
off.
was saying. So you do that this turn, and then you fly the ship to the southwest side, so we can clear the walls and help them out. And then next turn, just circle back to the harbor and just make it die.
We don't even have to move the ship because the current wall still needs defending.
Also,
yeah,
the
but I
ship
feel
speed-
like.
So 1 second, I changed the
What
scale
is the
of
ship
map.
speed?
It's 8. It should be 8. It's fixed.
Oh, so it's not that far. Well, you could theoretically reach the with the weapons.
So keep in mind, if I blow everything into this, the one in the harbor is the dark light, right?
Yes.
Correct.
Yeah. So if I blow everything into this is the one chance we get, basically. Like, if the displacement fails on the next round, like, I can't do this again. I can at most give it a neg 10.
We're also gonna shoot radiant at it. I'm assuming someone will.
Yeah, can someone make sure they please shoot radiant at it as well? And like, are there any other weapons do anything that might help us with this as well? Like, there's one that lowers its defenses, right? Which one's that?
Oh, radiant is vulnerable 20. I'm sorry, that was incorrect.
Acid lowers defenses.
All right, someone use acid on it in the next round. Okay, so this is Gary, I'm gonna drop all three. So my standard action, the beacon action, and then the my action point for a beacon action, and then I'm dropping all three. I'm neg 15.
The acid beam lowers all defenses, and the disruption has to hit, and it has to hit a defense. Is the plan for you to disrupt first, and then if that succeeds, then acid, or do you want to acid so the disruption gets the benefit as well?
Does anyone want to swap initiatives with me based on the helm? And use acid first, and then I come and do this?
I could do that. If you want to go next.
Yeah, that would be great. Let's do that.
Okay. Oh, I did the wrong person. All right. So Griffle's at 19.
I know it's a lot of talking and not a lot of doing, but like, we got to get the strat down, guys.
I hear you.
And again, I expect the first round of this to take longer than every other round because it's a lot of stuff. So if you're swapping initiatives, that means the Griffle's kind of doing her thing, and then Syl, you get a standard and a minor. So your standard, you're saying, is going to be on acid platform.
Yep.
Okay. So move the acid platform over. Are you augmenting this attack on the dark light or no?
Should I augment the attack? I'm asking the crew.
What do the 2 augments do?
No, you don't have to. It just increases damage on higher augments.
Okay, so no augment. Yeah.
That's correct, Gary, right? It just increases damage.
Correct.
Yeah. Nice roll.
36 AC, even with it being very well concealed at the base of the harbor. So you are taking a decent penalty to hit for that. 36 is still plenty to be able to hit it. And again, since you're firing through the water, it's going to dilute the acid a little bit. And it is going to take a little bit less damage, but still a decent chunk of the damage gets through. And most importantly, the penalty to defenses does apply to the creature. So as this brilliant beam of acid shoots down and causes the harbor to kind of swell and kills a whole bunch of fish in the process, this thing is now defense penalty 2. And he takes a good chunk of damage.
I'm a little unclear as to what I can do as a minor action. Would you mind letting me know?
Yeah. So right now, there's not a whole lot you can do with minor actions. The only sort of skill challengey thing that you guys can engage with at the moment is with that you've sort of activated more or less. You've been a part of is the defend the northern walls. You can also try to use your skill challenge because they were trying to say, hey, oh, can we communicate with the Golden Lion? You can think of something that you would be a way to communicate with the Golden Lion using a skill. You could do that as well. So if you can't think of anything at the beginning of the combat, do not worry about it. It's intentionally so that you don't have a lot of options to use with your minor action because I know your standard is going to have so much talking. So if you can't think of anything, don't worry about it. You're not missing out on something.
Okay, yeah, I'll skip it.
Okay. Griffle.
Yes. All right. So, ship, beacon commands, and we are doing disrupt 3 times.
Twice.
Well, yes, twice now,
Yeah.
and once later. No attack bonuses, right?
Correct.
Okay.
36 will. -5 saves.
Okay, cool. And then beacon commands, disrupt.
Oh my god, yeet this fucker into the sun.
-10 to saving throws.
Okay. Is there anything I can do by way of saving throws that might help? By way of a minor action that might help with this plan at all?
Can you talk to the Golden Lion? Can you
Oh
send them a
yeah,
message?
totally. I'm gonna send them a standard. We come in peace. Actually, we
Yeah.
come in violence, but against the enemy of my enemy is my friend.
So there is a standard command for I'm just now remembering that I forgot to give you the list of commands. But one of the commands is we are here to offer aid. That is
Yes.
a like we are here to support. That is a standard
Yes.
command. Question for you. You can tell that the other beacons in the combat are somewhat linked and communicating with one another, although you don't know what system they're using to communicate with. You can broadcast that standard command to basically everything in range, the whole fleet, or you can send it specifically to the Golden Lion. Which would you choose to do?
Oh, we'll broadcast open channel. Yeah,
Red
we'll
1
broadcast
reporting
our
in.
friendliness. Yeah.
Do a barrel roll.
Nice.
There's a bogey
All
on
right.
my tail.
So Griffle, you now have minor action, 2 standards. You've got a move and action left. Where are you moving the ship?
So, what the range on this is 20. I'm assuming
You should
standard.
move. I was thinking around here maybe.
Yeah.
You can still hit this, and you can hit this, and we can start working here later.
Yeah.
That's fine.
It means like directional stuff. Like if we want to do a push or a pull, is like not going to be as effective. But in terms of like targeting range for things, yeah,
I don't
hang on.
necessarily want to get too close to the phantom tentacles, though.
Well, they're down, right? We're up. How far above ground are we, Gary?
You are 10 squares up.
Okay.
So hang on to 1, 2, 3.
Does that mean that
4,
we're
5,
13 squares away from the Leviathan if we were to stand right on top of it, Cat 4?
Correct.
Oh, so we need to get closer.
So
So the assumption is that you will have had to fly down at some point in this process. Yes.
Okay, hang on. What's the range on? So it's gonna beacon commands. I'm looking for displacement. What's the range on that?
I'm nearly positive it's range 20.
20.
It is. Yes.
Okay. So I'm thinking here, guys. for
And do you
like
want to fly
back.
down a little bit more to get in range?
Pardon?
Do you want to fly down to get in range of your sort of ships with your weapons with shorter range? Do you want to fly down from the sky?
I think so, right?
Yeah.
at
What's the shorter range weapons range?
5 is the
Five is the
shortest
shortest.
range you have.
Okay.
But a lot of them are 10.
One,
10
Yeah, so if
two.
you're down, if you're
So
down
we
at
just need to move here, right?
so if you're there, you need to go down at least 3. So you need to be at height 7 instead of height 10.
Can we have a height marker on us?
It is. It's just it doesn't go to 10, so I set it to 7.
Oh, I see. Okay.
The
7.
markers are hard to see, and I don't know how to make them bigger.
Okay. Yep.
So that is that. If you're as long as you're 7, even if you're 7 like down here, that's still in range.
Oh, okay. Well then, yeah. Let's. Guys, I'm thinking here and go down to 7.
Sure.
Works for me.
Yeah. It's good.
Yeah, sounds great.
Okay. That is my turn done.
Morin, you're up.
So I was thinking of using the. How again do we augment the attacks? Is that ship power?
Ship's power, yes.
Okay. I was thinking about augmenting the lightning to try and hit the phantom tentacles, but are we thinking that if we just kill the Cat 4, the tentacles won't be there anymore?
I'm
That's the
thinking
thought.
that.
Yeah.
Also, so when we have used displacement now twice, or no, sorry, disruption doesn't use.
Correction. Disruption does not use energy.
Okay, so we have not used any energy, and our ship's energy is 37.
Correct.
Okay. And at 20, it starts to impact our shields and stuff.
Yeah. So if you go, I think it's below. It's on the main thing for Superstition's End. But if you go below 30, it becomes much more difficult to teleport. If you go below 20, you lose the temporary hit points, the ship's warding. If it goes below 15, you're no longer able to teleport across planes. If it goes below 10, you are not able to teleport inside of the same plane. And also below 10 means you can no longer fly. Below 5%, you're not able to use the emergency teleportation system.
Okay. So we could feel like we have 7 to play with pretty easily. And like 17, worst case scenario.
2's
ideally.
going to go to the displace, right? So we have
Yeah.
then 5 only, which, yeah.
So it's a pretty limited resource, I guess is my point. Like we shouldn't all
Yes.
be augmenting things all the time.
We're
I-
fine going under 30 though.
But not under
We
20.
don't. Not under 20. We don't need to swap. We don't need to change planes more than
True.
like for the time being.
Ideally. Theoretically. Hopefully.
All right. So, I mean, yes, you have a good bit of resources to use. Yes, it is a limited resource. But also, the more resources you guys do, if you notice, if you click through the weapons, they do significantly more damage if they're augmented. So
Mhm.
it depends. It's kind of a risk reward, right? The more
Yeah.
that you guys expend on the battlefield, the more impact you're going to have. But the
Mhm.
more risky it is because the closer you're going to get to running out of energy.
Yeah.
My thought right now is this guy's at -12 to most saving throws, right? Now would be the time to hit him with anything and everything, weaken him as much as we can. If we're going to augment, it might be the right time to do it.
So that, just to be clear here, saving throws minus and penalties to defenses are completely different things.
But, oh yeah, sorry, you're right. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think there's any of the main weapons that have a saving throw associated with it.
Correct, yeah. I was thinking it would apply, but
There
no,
are.
I'm wrong.
There are some things that are save ends on the main weapons, but I think the plan, at least as it was discussed earlier, is don't shoot a bunch of energy into that because you guys are planning to, one shot it into the sun if you can.
Exactly.
Yeah, that's fair.
I think it's better to expend resources on either the walls or this cat too.
Yeah, I think we should focus on the walls other than the dark light. Stabilize the city.
Okay.
Well, then lightning augmented to hit the guys on the left wall.
So we don't deal damage to the things on the walls, is that right? We do some kind of skill check?
Right.
Yeah, so you can fire a weapons platform to use it there if you want to use, and it will automatically do a thing. So you'll automatically get a success. You guys are firing huge weaponry at like normal soldiers on the ground. There's no chance that it's not going to be effective. The skill check is determining how effective it is. And you can use additional skill checks to make it more effective. So if you, for example, if you use perception, it's like, okay, that guy on the battlefield is probably important. I want to shoot that person and kill him and everyone around him. Or, oh, those groups of dudes are all lined up in a row and I'm shooting a beam. I'm going to line them up and shoot. That can be like insight. So you're paying attention to how they move to kind of hit them all in a line when they're all together or something like that. You can justify a lot of skill checks for this. It's just sort of however your character approaches this and how you're using these weapons, because the damage roll is irrelevant. You're going to kill whatever you hit.
Okay. Well. How do we feel about a fuck around and find out type approach to dealing with these skill checks?
That doesn't mean anything to me.
So like
Alright.
normal
This whole
Tuesday.
campaign. That's like the like theme of the campaign. So welcome.
Well, I think I'd like to try using this thunder cannon on this group here.
And again, it's not like the tokens on the map are just to say there's army people over here. There's not like individual groups that you target.
Yeah. But could I use it in such a way, because I think I'd like to try using intimidate here, because Morin does have this ability to intimidate people off of the battlefield.
Okay.
And I was
so this
hoping
is like
to
a
use
shock and awe
like
type thing?
a shock and awe type thing.
Okay. Sounds like an awesome use. Although I think the thunder button is broken, I'm just realizing, so I need to fix that real quick.
Yeah,
If the target is
cuts
a
off.
construct, blank.
1 second. It's because there's a comma and the macro doesn't like commas. All right. It should now be fixed.
Okay.
Yes, it is now fixed. Okay. Again, the damage part of it doesn't really matter all that much. But if you do expend more ship's energy, the DCs and the possibility of higher amounts of success does increase.
Okay. So am I rolling the weapon then?
So you're rolling the skill check. So you're telling me how much you're augmenting the weapon first, and then you're rolling the skill check. So 0, 1, or 2, and then a skill check.
I'm gonna do 0. I'm not gonna augment it.
Okay.
And then I'm using intimidate because the goal is to create this massive boom that shocks them.
Okay. Hit me up.
Ooh, that's a dub.
That's intimidating.
So, again, just as a clarity here. So that means that is going to be 2 successes on the southern walls as you send out this massive wave of thunder and sound. And you see when this energy weapon gets used, yes, it does just sort of splatter a lot of the things that you hit with the beam itself. But around it, the creatures, these sort of gelatinous type creatures that are creatures of the deep sea, you see them being very heavily disrupted by this overwhelming noise that they're just not really well equipped to handle. And so even though some of them aren't destroyed by it, they do sort of break and back away, and you get this hesitancy to the creatures against the southern walls that was not there when the creatures on the northern walls were there. So it's actually going to be 3 successes towards the other wall.
Sweet.
3.
All right, and that is your standard action. Again, we don't have a lot of things to make skill checks for other than this. But if you wanted to do something like, again, a skill check, since you've got this northern and southern walls, you can't use another weapons platform unless you action point. But you could use a skill check to point out to one of the other players, hey, maybe shoot that thing or whatever if they're going to engage with it.
Was there?
Or you can not worry about it.
I bet my perception is terrible. It is.
So, sorry, Gary, you said he can do something to help the next person, like where to shoot and stuff? Because I was thinking then, going off of a similar thing that we did last time, is kind of bluffing my way into helping, right? So thunder and lightning go well together. I was going to then use lightning on that wall as well, trying to aim for a similar spot or kind of in line with Morin there. So if he could help out with that check as well, that might be fun.
Could I
Yeah.
maybe use Arcana to create the appearance of some super unnatural storm?
So you would need to have some sort of ability that does that. Grateful your mic is doing the thing. So if you have a power, a spell, a ritual, or whatever utility that allows you to do something with creating storms, you can use Arcana to sort of change that to do something else, but it doesn't work just by itself.
Okay.
So an example of this sort of thing, right, Morin, is let's say there's these huge armies fighting the walls. How are you going to help out if Drock says, hey, I want to help, I want to aid with this? How do you make it the most impactful? So you could look and see, all right, well, I can look around and see what sort of things are not reacting very much to try to hit a stronger point in the enemy. You can use something like perception or insight to do something like that. You could also look at this battlefield and say, all right, well, this is how this, I can see a bird's eye view of the battle, how these cities are defended and lost. I know my history. If you can make a history check to be like, all right, well, this is the part of the keep that needs to actually survive. And this is how these types of battles tend to play out. So you can use that knowledge to try to hit the enemy where they're going to be hitting the city the hardest. You can justify a lot of skill checks based on what you want to use. It's just sort of how your character would approach it.
Mm-hmm.
So the problem is I want to apply as much of shock and awe to this group as possible. The Intimidate is a very good version. If I'm going to help somebody else do the same thing to help them let me do this thing, what do you do to kind of, how would you go about allowing someone to help you with that? That would be the skill check. And if you can't think of something, again, don't worry about it. It's the first round of combat.
Yeah, I can't think of anything, but I'm looking at some of my powers to maybe see if I can figure something out for next turn.
Cool. Drop, you're up.
Yeah, so I think I'm going to use Thunder on the same group, kind of follow suit and kind of bluff my way through it.
Lightning, I assume you mean, and that sounds good.
Yeah, Lightning, that's the one. Ooh, really? A 3.
So I think I got this. You go and you shoot lightning through that area, and you see the lightning arc beam doesn't really fire like the other beams does. Rather, the thunder beam is a very concentrated cone of sound. The fire beam is just lance of fire. It's very straightforward. The acid beam is like you're turning on a fire hose, right? The lightning beam is not nearly as contained as the others, and so it's going to kind of arc and randomly fire as it goes, which means you trigger a complication. Roll me a d6, please.
Yay.
Destroys the gates.
Hang on, sorry. I zoned out for a second. Did we talk about using the radiant weapon on the thing?
The radiant weapon only increases vulnerability. It will not affect the displacement ability.
It makes the creature not benefit from concealment though, which is concealment's I'm assuming it's at the bottom of the ocean, therefore heavily concealed, so it's taking +5 to defense.
That is correct.
Oh, I didn't realize that.
There are several people before your turn still.
Okay, cool.
But you are
Just
right.
as long as-
I did miss
Yeah,
and
just as
forget
long as
that.
someone hits that. No, that's all good. That's all good. That's why I'm bringing it up, because I figured that that we'd forgotten. It's all good.
So, when the beam goes off, you see the arc of the beam kind of flow up and then down. And instead of firing it over the city walls to hit the army on the other side, the beam down and slams into the near side of the city wall, sending this wave of lightning through. And you see hundreds of defenders and people behind the wall just fall over.
Whoops.
Rock, boo.
My bad.
So the complication stunned citizenry has been added.
Spider fingers.
All right, so it is added to the list for the challenges and successes. Again, I'm keeping track of all this on the far left-hand side of the battlefield map. The map is enormous, so just scroll over there and check it out occasionally. But
Is
that's
this
just
now
sort of
something we can spend a minor action to help the citizenry?
correct. So this is now a challenge that you can be engaged with to try to figure out something. If you could find a way to help these people, the ones that are still alive from this process, get away or get back on their feet or do something to stop from basically being all of them stunned, dazed, electrocuted, then that can help.
Any ideas, guys? I should do something to try and fix this. I'm just at a loss. I'm just sitting there like jaw on the floor like, what did I just do?
Well, if you
If
think
you
of
could-
anything, let me know. Otherwise, I'm going to start doing my
Yeah.
ship stuff.
Do it.
It's going to take me a while to go through things. So I'm
You
going to be
can-
moving you guys around the battlefield so you can see as I'm talking through things what's happening. So the Caledon. The Caledon is a ship that looks significantly different from some of the other bigger ships. And as mentioned in the big kind of write-up of the ships, it has very different walls on the side and doesn't have barely any cannons. Griffle, this ship looks very similar in form or in like function, even though it looks a little different in form than the Kestrel did that you were on previously. And you can see that the Category 4 that is below it is sending up tentacles to go after the Caledon, and they're just getting immediately popped. As soon as the conjurations appear next to the Caledon, they're getting just pop, 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 exploded. And you can tell that while the Caledon can't really do much to get away from things, it's constantly being grabbed by these tendrils. It doesn't really seem to be in danger from this process. However, the Dark Moth is going to move a little bit up and away to continue to support from a slightly different area, and as it kind of gets angled to be able to fire on anything that surfaces on the Caledon. The Gypsy is going to attempt to get into a similar firing range. However, it is going to be attacked by 2 Category 1s that surface to attack the HHV Gypsy. So our Category 1s are going to... DM is going to remember damages, and then we're going to grab this thing. So the Gypsy is now grabbed by 2 of the Category 1s and takes a pretty significant chunk of hull damage. And then you see the Category 2 move up and get it's still well below the surface, but you can see it sort of waiting to see what happens to the fight with the Gypsy. That is our Caledon, the Oreste. So the Oreste is in a similar situation, but it's handling the fight a whole lot less well. The Oreste is a massive gunship. So it's got heavy cannon. It has a lot of heavy cannon, and the heavy cannon really isn't super effective against these creatures. It is not really having a problem getting away from the grasping tentacles that are coming after it, but it doesn't really have a way to respond very much, as none of the things are on the surface, and the cannon is basically useless while the creatures are underwater. It is being hit by these tentacles and is taking a little bit of damage, but is able to sort of fend off the lesser things. And every time one of the Category 1s kind of gets closer to the surface, a round of shots fires from the Oreste, keeping it at bay. and none of the category 1s will kind of come to the surface while the surface is being peppered with cannon fire. The Alcide, one of the Orestes escorts, does look like it's kind of pressed for its ability to survive, and is trying to find a way to get behind the Oreste to kind of give covery fire to the things that are directly on it, but also stay behind the major guns of the Oreste. And then you have the category 1 that is going to be in quick pursuit, and our category 4, which is going to move up while the Oreste is engaged, and looks like it's going to go after the Alcide. And it is going to spawn 2 more. Whoops, that's wrong. Tentacles around the Alcide, trapping it in place as it attempts to escape. All right, so our Golden Lion. So the Golden Lion sees the kind of waves of stuff coming out. The sky redding above it kind of disappears. And then you see the lion make pretty good speed. The lion is moving quite a bit faster than a lot of the other vessels, and is going to make it over to here with the category 2s in relatively hot pursuit, but it looks like it's able to actually, let me make sure I've got my distances correct.
DCO.
So the Golden Lion doesn't look like it's going to get caught by the Cat 2, but it's not outpacing it either. And no guns are firing from the Golden Lion. It is full speed, just moving. And then you can see this smaller category 1 keeping pace. The category 1 that's down by the South Harbor is on the surface, and it's just reaching its tendrils up into areas and buildings, and it's lashing at the warehouses and stuff on the shore. It's a bit too far away to really see exactly what it's doing, but there's people on this island and it's trying to go after them. The Rambler positions itself a little bit in between the 2 islands, and then opens fire with its relatively small guns on the category 1 that's on the shore. And it is taking damage, but doesn't really seem all that bothered by the limited weapons fire from the Rambler, as the category 2 comes and surfaces next to the Rambler and engages it. Wrapping the Rambler up. Actually, I think I have the DPR for the Rambler. It is correct. Okay, cool. And then the category 2 is going to surface and attempt to devour the Rambler.
Devour.
Oh, fuck.
I think it's dead.
So that's a critical hit for 90 points of damage on the Rambler. And it is grabbed by the Cat 2.
Gary, what's the designation DCO on the Golden Lion?
You're not sure.
Oh, okay. I thought
What's up?
Griffle might know. I thought Griffle might know.
I think Griffle knows some of the designations, but does not know all.
What was the question? Sorry.
What is DCO?
DCO. Ooh. No, blanking.
Yeah, it's not one that Griffle knows. All right. And I apologize, this does take a little while to resolve because it is such a big battlefield. So the Sun's Favored is going to do what it can against the things that are coming after it, but it is kind of isolated a little bit and getting overwhelmed as 2 of the smaller category 1s start to tear into it. Both of the category 1s that are near it surface and grab hold of the Sun's Favored and start kind of lashing out at it. Grab. The ones that are near the Ice Wall and the Curiosity and Fortune don't do the same thing. And the Ice Wall is going to come here. You can see so Griffle, you can sense that the Ice Wall gives out some sort of complex beacon command, but you're not exactly sure what that beacon command is. It's not something that really translates to your ship. But as soon as it gives out that beacon command, the guns on the fortress, on the island fortress, fall silent for a second, and then all the guns roar in one direction, laying into one of the category 1s, engaging the sun's favored. The ice wall is also going to fire several rounds, but it's a little bit too far away for it to be incredibly effective against the things that are there. And then the impulse and the curiosity and fortune go to support as well, and get mirrored by our category 1s that are following along, keeping them away from helping the sun's favored. And then our second to last one is over here with the HHV Boundless, who is full moving, getting as far away as it can, but it is being hotly pursued 1, 2, 6 by 3 category 1s.
Can you drag us over there, please? I've lost track of where. Thank you.
I will say that on when I'm going through the initiatives, if you hover over any of the initiative, the ones that I'm talking about, I do put it in that same sort of the map is divided into 6 sections.
Oh, okay.
And so it'll highlight the section I'm talking about.
Okay. Thank you. That's handy.
But yes, I can also drag. And then last but not least is our category 4 in the harbor. So our category 4 in the harbor takes a minute from attacking the city's defenses, sees you guys are up there, and it's gonna see. I don't think it's in range to do the thing it wants to do. I'm gonna double check.
So it surfaces.
It is 100% not going to do that. But okay, so it is going to move one of the phantom tentacles that's nearby you. It's going to have it reach up out of the water and then sort of do this weird thing where it's like partially disconnected, and float up in the air next to you. So it is going to move up to 5. Where is my marker for altitude? 5. And then it is going to blast straight up at the bottom of the hull of the Superstition's End. And you, Griffle, you can sense this attack coming, and you get warnings that pop up on your screen that the ship is not under attack. This attack is against the ship's crew.
Oh, shit. Oh, crap.
Did you spell something?
Yes, I did. 1 second.
Oh, I didn't. Still talking about. I don't know why there's only 4 rolls in here, but I'll have to roll it twice. If you do use your token, please put it back in the little grid that I have up there, because it does help me for marking things, for keeping orders. So, Syl, that is a crit against you. Filibuster, that is 23 versus your will. It's a natural 1 struck, so that's a miss. Morin, that's 32 versus your will. Griffle, that is 24 versus your will. And One of Many, that is a natural 1 as a miss against your will. If you get hit by this attack, I think I did 6 things. So one of those 24s, that 24 should have been against 1. So I think I got off. So crit on Syl, 23 on Phil, 26 on Drock. So Drock, you were hit. Morin, natural 1 on you, and then 32 on Griffle, and 24 on 1. If you get hit, you take 25 points of psychic damage.
Wait. It's a natural 1 against me or 1?
So it's a natural 1 against Morin.
So when I'm going in book order, there's a reason this is kind of important. So Syl is the first person attacked, then Phil, then Drock, then Morin, then Griffle, then 1. So I had to roll it twice because there's only 4 targets for some stupid reason.
Oh, okay.
So
all right.
First,
initially it was a 32
rolls.
against me. That's why I was confused.
So
Yeah, when I read it.
I'd like to use Bastion of Mental Clarity. So if I'm the target of a will attack, it's +4 will for me and allies within 5 squares.
Okay. And we can assume that everybody in the ship is within range.
Okay. So everyone gets
So-
4 more will.
Yeah, everybody add 4 to your will. If that hits you, go ahead and take 25 points of damage, and you are dazed. And if it misses you, 26 points of damage on a hit, because it's the first roll. 26 points of damage on a hit, and if it misses you, 13 points of damage. And if you are hit, you are also dazed, which means you get a single action on your turn until you make a save.
Bro, we gotta get rid of this. That doesn't have my health. Wait, that doesn't seem right. Never mind. I just can't do math.
I feel like my
The
token
crit
is
doesn't do
wrong.
extra damage to Syl.
Your
Gary?
token definitely wrong because it has you have 22 health. So I'm gonna go with that's just not correct.
Yeah,
Yeah,
just
why
put
did-
it back at your total health.
It's weird.
For some reason, your token.
Like my journal token is right.
There you go. It's fixed. I don't know what it was doing.
Okay. So
Now
just
it's fixed.
token. Okay, thank you.
No worries. And please do mark yourself if you are dazed on your token. Again, if you use the little button below your character, you can hover over the dazed icon, and they are in alphabetical order. And if you just hit the 2, it'll denote that it's save ends.
So make sure your health is right. You probably also had a messed up health marker. You should not probably be under half. Basically, everyone probably has wrong health.
No. Syl's might be correct.
Yeah, mine's correct. I only have 42 HP.
Syl does not have a lot.
Oh
of
yeah, you did get crit. Yeah, you took full damage on. Yeah.
Okay, so that is it for the category 4 that's there. The creatures fighting against the walls, kind of flush against the walls. You can see that some of the creatures on the northern walls made it past this wall of fire and are trying to engage the walls. As they are trying to fight, you can see that all of the wards on the wall light back up and they slam into the now heavily reinforced walls. And you see the defenders on the walls and that stationary battery, the one that's on the edge, the kind of bottom part of the wall there, turns, and there's just a little corridor with wall of fire on one side, heavily warded city walls on the other, and a firing range in the middle that the cannons lay into on that side. With the wards back up, it does look like they are doing significantly better. You can see that on the opposite side of the wall, so this is where you guys down are here, that the wards that are on the part of the wall that extend out into the water do seem to be failing. And now that you've kind of gone from one area and moved into the other, Griffle, you can tell with the ship's sensors that it's because those wards are inside the forbiddance of Superstition's End. Basically, the don't find me things that are enchanted on the ship are turning off the wards of things that are nearby.
Oops. No.
So we need to move out a little bit then.
I mean, unless you want to keep the wards off, or if there's some way that you think you can counteract that effect, then you might be able to do that. But as it stands, unless you change something, if you stay near the city walls, you are going to be turning off some of the city's defenses. The end of the round, Superstition's End fires its beacon. Griffle, your command that you gave it to was disruption, so please fire your disruption.
I thought someone could do it for me. I am cleaning up the spill right now.
Okay.
Thank you.
Just not me. My roll's top notch today, so I'm out.
Syl, you helped by swapping places for the acid beam, so you kind of gave your turn to the beacon already. Do you want to make a shot, or well, Phil already did.
Yeah.
Let's see.
I'm almost done. Just
So 27 versus Will, unfortunately, does not connect.
Even with the
Oh,
minus
no.
10?
The penalty does not, including the -2. So it is heavily concealed. So it has some high defenses from being deep down in the water. And the concealment did make a difference. So it was able to not take the 15.
And just to throw it
God
out
damn
there, I did a talk to myself disrupt just to see what happened. I rolled worse, so I wouldn't have helped.
All right.
Gambler's fallacy.
The end of the round comes, and at the end of the round, a couple of things are going to happen. One, Griffle, you get a strong knock that's hitting your ship systems. It's not damaging, but you've not experienced this sensation before.
Aegis.
I think Aegis is knocking on the door within 5 seconds. Very.
So Griffle, what do you want to do?
Well, like, what can I do? Is this coming through the beacon?
Yeah, you're the only one that can sense it. So you get this powerful knocking sensation that you've not had before. You're not exactly sure what it is.
Okay. Can I plucky identify?
An individual is asking for permission to use Spendis to board the ship.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, permission granted.
Oh my god.
So the spin disc opens up, and Griffle, a second thing is going to happen to you that is not something you've experienced before. Aegis steps out dressed like he normally is. He has his goggles on. He has his walking cane. He's in that sort of strange formal attire that you're not super familiar with. And when he steps onto the ship, the way the Superstitions End reacts to him is very weird. For a second, you can sense the ship sort of counterbalance and start to shoot a bunch of its energy reserves into the flaming levitation ring, that big ring of fire around the top of your ship, as the ship's systems and the manifest immediately report that the ship is significantly encumbered, that it is way over weight limits requirements. And then after a couple seconds, that goes away.
Don't call him fat. That's rude.
It takes a
Yeah,
second.
this,
Like
guys, this dude's 100%
Wait,
like
wait.
just straight up a fucking dragon, guys.
So the system thought he weighed more, like it identified him as something, and then it was like, oh, never mind.
Yeah, it was like he's a dragon and he weighs as much as a dragon, and then it's like, oh wait, he's maybe not though.
So it
He's
basically,
totally a polymorph dragon, guys, or some.
He said he's not a dragon.
He's
Well, he
lying.
He said we had
would
never
never lie
met
to us.
anything like him before, but he doesn't know how many dragons we've met.
So the ship just kind of dips for just like a second as this incredibly heavy weight goes onto it. And then after a second, the ship sort of realigns, the manifest changes. And rather than adding some incredible weight to the ship, it instead adds like 150 pounds. So,
Right, but how many refrigerators is that though?
Yeah, we need the American units here, Gary. Come on.
See, you're full.
two-thirds of a refrigerator has been added to the ship's manifest.
Okay.
That is not in the correct layer. I'm going to put him over here with these skill challenges and stuff. And he kind of steps onto the thing, looks around for a second, and then goes and stands at the edge of the kind of ship, looking down into the harbor. So you guys can interact and talk with him. He doesn't say anything off the bat. He's just sort of like observing what's going on, looking like he's figuring out what's happening first. So that is the first thing that happens. The second thing is going to happen at the beginning of Phil's turn. And Phil, please remind me because I don't want to forget this.
Sure.
So 1, it is now your turn.
Okay. Well, since Aegis just appeared, I guess maybe I would like
Family.
to.
One last thing. I will move while you're doing this. I'm just going to remember to move over the beacon things. Go ahead.
Oh yeah.
And we're all dazed. Don't we start with this saving throw?
We are not all dazed, you goober.
I'm not dazed.
Oh, okay. My
I bluffed
apologies.
my way out of it.
You end your turn with a saving throw if you are dazed. So you will only get one action if you are dazed.
Brock,
Okay.
what's your will?
21.
You should not be dazed.
Yeah, you shouldn't be
21
dazed.
plus 4, and I got hit with 26.
Oh.
Oh
Okay.
yeah.
Yeah, so I am dazed, sadly.
Bummer. Okay. Yeah, so I think I would say to Aegis, glad you can make it.
Nods.
Excuse me for a moment. Should I?
Pulls up giant weapon.
Yeah. So is there anything else we want to do to this dark light before?
The radiant.
Okay. All right. Well, but acid wouldn't help again, right?
No, the radiant is the one thing that will help with getting rid of concealment, which will ideally help
Right.
with the check.
Technically, acid might help. Let me double check real quick because I forgot to actually roll the creature save. So it does not save.
Oh, okay, okay.
So it still has the acid effect.
Okay. All right, so I will do Radiant against the Dark Light Leviathan. Here we go.
Are you using
I-
any augment?
Am I using any augments, guys? No, because that just makes it do more damage, right?
I
And
think
it
it's
makes
just
it
damage.
vulnerable, which you don't need.
Okay. Yeah. All right, so no augments.
So
Oof.
22
Pain.
versus armor class, even with the penalty that it is suffering, is going to unfortunately not be enough to connect. So
Oh, wait. I have a thing.
Okay.
I'm going to use my Lucky Charm. I miss with an attack, and I can add a d6.
Sounds good.
Okay. Do it.
5. So 5, so 27. It is at a penalty 2. That unfortunately still does not connect. You are
Damn.
off by 1.
Ugh, that hurts. Okay.
Could I have her reroll with my brain is Baneslayer?
With your weapon? Yes, you can.
Yeah. Let's do that.
Oh. Okay, so I just roll it again.
Or wait. Does the displacement count as an attack, Gary?
Displacement is an attack, yes.
I think we'll wait for that. That seems more important.
Okay.
Maybe?
Yeah. Is there anything? Yeah, I don't think there's anything else I can do. Okay. All right.
Okay, weapon fire, weapon miss.
Oh, because if I action point, I wouldn't be able to use that weapon again. Like that weapon is just done.
Correct. That weapon is expended for the round.
Got you. Okay.
You can use something else, but can't use that one.
Right. Okay. So that was my standard action. For my minor action, can I do something to assist the stunned citizenry?
I put the other one on the field. I realized that I was on the wrong layer, but
Oh, convince Aegis to help. Okay. I'll try to convince Aegis to help.
okay. How are you doing so? Explain it, and then also probably going to be some sort of role associated.
Yeah. Let me think. So I think I would tell him I've got like 6 seconds to say something, right?
So I'm not going to be super nitpicky about it because it's supposed to be 20 words, but
Oh, okay.
don't recite War and Peace to him, but I'm not going to count the words.
Yeah. I mean, I guess I'm just thinking like I would want to give him like the 30-second we showed up here, these Leviathan are attacking, we think that they are agents of the adversary, and we think that our rods of prophecy have led us here to save this town. We think that it's like central to the fate of the universe.
So
And
here's a
also,
question.
yeah.
Do you believe that?
Yeah, I think I really do believe that 100%. I am not
Okay.
bluffing.
Well, I mean, that's the question, right? Is
Yeah.
if your character believes that that's what's going on, then that sounds like an excellent diplomacy check.
Okay. All right. Do you want me to roll it?
Yes, please. You're going to know if you succeed or fail. Basically, unless it's a knowledge check, they're all going to be open rolls. You guys can see the successes and failures on the map.
Right. Oh, that's a good point. Okay. So diplomatic. If only I were that good with weapon beams.
So
yeah, better than me still.
Listens along, nods. You can see he's paying more attention to the city walls than to anything else. But as you kind of finish, this is kind of what's going on. I do not mean to be dismissive, but all peoples believe that their world is ending. This is a small engagement, even in this world, against the forces of the adversary. I'm not sure it's worth the time. Their defenses are primitive.
Hmm. Do I get
How
a
do you bother
rebuttal?
showing up then?
Right? I just want to
Question
be.
you can
That's my plan at the start of my turn. If you want to consider that now.
So if one is done, if one does not want an action point, then that is the end of her turn.
Okay.
Was it Philly's turn you need to do something at, Gary?
It
Yeah,
is.
there was.
So at the start of your turn, as you see Aegis is here and he's kind of talking at the edge of the rail, when you go up to confront him to be like, well, then what the hell? Why did you show up? There is this thrumming from your side. And you get this incredible desire to jump over the side of the ship and go into the water.
Uh-oh.
Damn it. Because Baneslayer wants to kill the Aberrant. Or wants me to do it.
Yeah, and as your hand kind of goes over to the weapon, you get images from the weapon showing you diving headfirst with the weapon extended to go and strike at the creature. It wants to go for you to go and use the weapon to stab it.
Well, it's just gonna have to wait.
I kind of want to
Yeah,
jump
does
off
the
this
weapon care about the well-being of the wielder? No.
No.
I
So
still
how-
kind of want to see that too. Just throwing it out there.
So how does Phil react to this, right? You're getting this thing, you're getting these images of glory in your head of, you know, I am a powerful weapon. I'm designed to be wielded against this. Go and charge in and kill him. How does Philly react?
Can I make a religion check?
For what purpose?
To sorry, I was gonna get to that. Yeah. To basically like convince the weapon that the actions that I would take otherwise are achieving the same goal.
Okay, so you're gonna resist the urge to do this, but you're gonna, rather than saying no, shut up, I'll deal with you later, it's more like, okay, I need you to understand the situation. You're gonna try to convince it that this is the proper way of getting the job done. Religion could definitely work for that. I can see several other skills also being justified. So religion, diplomacy, insight, all those sound good.
We'll do religion. It feels appropriate,
It does.
even though it's not necessarily the best. But that's okay.
Are you one of the ones that's dazed? I don't think you are, right?
I'm not dazed.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you try, and for a second there you get kind of into this battle of wills with the weapon, and it's going to take away your minor action. The weapon doesn't understand why you're not doing this, and as you kind of try to explain to it, you're trying to just talk out loud. You're not sure how much of this is being actually communicated to the weapon. Like, it doesn't talk normally, and I mean, it doesn't have ears. You're not sure how it's perceiving things. But as you're doing this, it's filling you with your mind with these images of fighting aberrant creatures, of glory, of all this sort of stuff. One of the only things you're noticing is all of the wielders that it's showing in the mind's eye are big creatures, are like large sized creatures, are creatures that are like angels and similar things. You get the impression that this version is probably not going to work with convincing it that way, because it's used to being wielded by something way stronger than you are. So it doesn't really understand why you wouldn't want to leap over the side of the ship and go fight it in the water.
Aw.
Stupid pussy goblin.
Okay, so you have actions to take. You can either try to do another check to kind of deal with the weapon, or you can use your standard action to kind of go with the conversation with Aegis, or you can use one of the weapons platforms. To be clear again, if you use a standard action that's not the weapons platform, the benefit of that is that it lowers the DC of whatever you're doing pretty significantly.
I see. Now, did Aegis respond to my question?
If you're gonna spend your time,
I would
talking to
like
Aegis,
this. This is what I would like to do. I'm feeling aggressive.
Okay. So your question to Aegis is then why did you bother showing up?
Yeah.
Is that the question?
Yes.
So he glances over at you. I showed up because there was information about dragons and something I'm curious about. This battle is not of my concern.
I believe the message was we would find time to convene after our business was in order. And this does not look in order.
I don't think that's what the message said.
It's something like that. It said we find time.
Here's what it says.
Are you gonna paste it again?
Yeah, she did.
Be in touch afterward to schedule a safer rendezvous.
Gate here at your own risk, or I'll be in touch afterwards. He chose option A.
This guy's such a dick.
He ain't afraid of no adversary. I think we can convince him.
Yeah. I
Tell
mean,
him-
we're not really in the mood to share information right now. You just, frankly, you'll get it sooner if our problem goes away.
What did we learn about the Alendar recently? Like we learned that it's connected to. Hang on.
It's between court.
Didn't we just have like a revelation though? Like, oh my god, that's connected to the Alendar. No
We
one
did
remembers
send
this
a
vague
large
thing?
Leviathan portal there.
Oh yeah, that's where it
No,
ended
don't.
up.
Yeah.
That's right. That's right.
Wait, did we send them there? Hang on. So they were coming from. Weren't they? They were coming from somewhere, and we sent them to No Don't, didn't we?
Correct.
Yeah.
Send them beyond the Alendar to Guerderic.
Yes.
But they were coming from the Elendar, right?
They were coming from the Fens, which is a different place.
Okay, right.
So, I mean, you're making the case of, and he's like, I have a thing that I'm here. He's explaining. He's here interested in information. This other stuff that's going on, that's your business. That's not his business. So, if you want to convince him to help, what are you doing to convince him that he should help?
The last time you guys interacted with him, you guys just like walked in on him commanding his
I
armies,
wasn't
right?
really there when we interacted with him, which is kind of annoying because I don't really know him that well.
He was commanding his armies to fight along the Alendar, I think. And then
So this is like the inverse of that. He's just like strolled in.
Yeah, basically. Aegis, I just want to let you know we dropped some of these on the in No Don't. A big. We closed the portal, and by closed I mean sent it to No Don't, and these Leviathans are going to be, fighting on the back lines of your forces. Hopefully that'll allow you to clinch them, and hopefully you can help us provide similar pincer maneuver here. That's
okay. So, it sounds like a diplomacy check, although you can justify something else if you would like.
That sounds.
You are making a more like logical style argument, so you could use something that's like int-based, like history or something like that if you want. But it's up to you.
Diplomacy sounds good because it was very bad. And I am very bad at that. Very fitting.
He just shakes his head. You are creatures that do not understand the scale of things that you deal with. It is not a pincer maneuver to bring something to a plane of existence that is similar. He just sort of shakes his head and says, "Your understanding of tactics and how things are moving is somehow worse than their wards."
I'm about to I'm about to jump off this ship.
All right, so your turn is over unless you choose to action point.
I will not. I feel shaky.
Still, you're up.
Okay, I'm thinking I should heal myself because one more hit from a psychic blast would probably kill me.
Okay,
So I think I will just take a potion of healing as my action.
so that would be a minor action. So you can minor action to drink your potion,
Okay, cool.
and you still have your
Uh,
standards. You can either make a skill check or you can use one of the weapons platforms.
Even stunned?
Oh, you're dazed. Never mind. So
Right,
yes,
yeah.
that would be. So rather than potion, you probably want a second wind because I think it's likely more hit points. I'm not certain, but whichever one's more hit points, do that one.
Okay. I actually don't know how second wind works. Do I even have that?
You spend a surge, and then you get a surge worth of hit points.
Okay, it's the same.
Okay.
So I will do that.
So second wind instead of spending a potion because then you're not using a potion.
Okay, cool. Sounds good.
Griffle, you're up.
Wait, he should say it,
Okay.
right?
Oh yes. So you Syl, you should make a saving throw against being dazed.
Oh, right.
Go ahead, Griffle.
Okay. So, moment of truth, guys, because I'm pretty sure that since I'm dazed, even if I wasn't dazed, I'm pretty sure I can't really do anything else because the beacon action still happens at the end of the round. So, wish me luck.
Good luck.
Oh god, I'm
25. 25 versus fortitude is a connect with the penalty to defenses needed.
okay.
So ship's displacement. So the creature is going to make a saving throw. So it rolls a 22 minus 10 will get it to a 12. So it did succeed in the saving throw. I'm going to take 10 or 2 points off of the ship's energy. So you do get to teleport it 5 squares.
Okay.
Where do you want it to go?
It succeeded still? I thought.
A success is like 10, right?
Yeah, 'cause
Correct.
it's a save.
This is
Yeah.
10.
Yeah.
It rolled a 22. It had a minus 10, so they gave it a 10.
Dang.
Or, sorry,
Yeah, it rolled a 17 with a +5. Ah, rip. Okay, so where do we want to teleport it to, fam?
Maybe the surface of the water, just so that the ships with cannons can hit it.
Yeah, let's bring it up.
But probably
Hold
like
on.
out of the water, right? I mean, when do we want
It's
to put it
Telly
like here?
5, right? It's Telly 5.
it is teleport 5.
Drop
But
it
it's
on the
down 3.
walls.
I'm like, I want to get it on the land, get it out of its element, but I don't think we can.
No.
Put it right there.
You want to
You
beach
can't
it
get out of the
inside
water
the city?
there.
What, Gary?
You can get it out of the water if you teleport it like there, but that's there are buildings and things there. Like that is part of the city.
Yeah.
Mm.
Can we get out of the city? Is that enough?
No, you're not going to get out of the city. Basically, the
No.
problem you're running
No,
into is
no,
height. So the
Yeah.
only way you get it to here, but its body, so you get 5 squares. Part of its body is going to be on the city wall, and the walls are high enough that it going from the bottom of the harbor to the top of the city walls is more than 5 squares.
I'm okay with its body being inside a wall and just, what would happen?
That's not how
It
teleportation works.
can't teleport. The teleport will fail.
Dang.
We have something with like concordance with the helm, something, teleport, something. Is that not a thing?
Possibly.
It's very specific, though.
There's something like teleportation related to the ship because of concordance with the helm is like further.
Yeah, hang on. Let me have a look.
It's allies that are on the ship.
You are an
So,
attuned ally with 10 squares use a teleportation. Increased
Yeah.
by 1 square.
correct.
It's allies. Okay.
And it makes it easier to teleport other people. It doesn't make you. It doesn't increase teleport distance on using your attacks.
What if we just teleport it like as high up as we can and then drop it into the water from like above?
So if you teleport it into an unsafe space, so into the air, it gets a saving throw, and not a. Well, I mean, it would be at -10 still, but it gets a saving throw, and if it succeeds, it doesn't move at all.
Oh,
So teleporting things into hazardous stuff is very risky.
also, sorry, Gary. One more question. I thought we were at minus. Oh no, the last one failed, didn't it? The ship one failed.
Yeah.
Correct.
Okay, sorry.
Okay. Well, I'm gonna
Wait.
bring it up.
Didn't Philly have his reroll? Didn't he save his reroll?
Ah,
Oh, but
It's-
that's like for the
It's
connect.
a reroll on my.
that's for the connect, yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
there we go.
So technically, yes. But given the way that this power works, I would actually not be against that being a reroll if you wanted to do it. Let me look at the weapon.
Here, I've got it pasted here.
I'd be okay with that. I'd be okay with using this as a reroll.
For which piece of it though?
Saving throw. Against a saving throw.
Yeah, it would be a reroll of the saving throw. If that's what you wanted to use your Baneslayer for.
I do want to use it for that.
Okay, well, since it's your thing, I'll let you make the roll. So give me so it's basically a d20 -5 is what you're rolling.
I don't know how to do this. Is it D20 2 brackets -5?
Yeah.
There we go. Oh, well that works. Bye.
Ooh.
So the weapon, the displacement energy of the Superstition's End shoots this energy down into the water. You can see the creature swimming out of the area, and then the Baneslayer hums for a second, and you feel something is guiding the beam. Something is allowing it to move, to follow this aberrant creature into dark places as it lands home, and the tentacles vanish as the category form for warps out of existence, and there's splashing in the water around the harbor as it is teleported into a sun.
Yes.
Oh.
Nice.
Gary's like, why did I say he could do that?
Because it's a better
See,
story.
Baneslayer?
Cool.
I mean, it doesn't technically work, but I think if I rewrote this attack power, I would make it function on like the amount that you hit them by. But I don't know. The way that it's structured didn't feel quite right to me, but I could make it feel right. And it makes sense to me that Baneslayer, the reroll of an attack power, would work with this ability. So, yeah, I mean, do it.
Now here's
Also,
the
this is what,
question,
the first
Gary.
time you've ever used
Specifically,
that power to pick up the weapon?
It is the first time I have ever used that power outside of attempting to use it for myself.
So cool.
See if Baneslayer
now I have a
thinks you're
question.
such a wimp now.
Does that count as a kill for me or for no one?
Is it my kill? I don't think the weapon cares whether you get like the killing blow.
It says owner slays.
Yeah, owner
I thought
slays.
that meant Oh,
Fair.
I thought that meant like.
Technically,
I
you
thought
didn't
that
get the
meant I'd
killing
kill it.
blow. The sun did.
Okay, no, that's fine. That's kind of what I expected you. That's kind of what I expected, but it's fine.
I mean, Baneslayer did help.
Yes.
No.
I'm definitely going to get credit for killing this, for killing aberrant creatures in this fight.
I guess I did kill some on the wall. Yeah, that's fine. We'll take it.
Baneslayer's going to be very happy with you.
You lit a whole bunch of aberrant creatures on fire with a wall of fire. You're going to get the +2 from this battle, no matter what else happens.
Okay.
Unless we all
So
die.
Griffo made a save of 8.
And then a reroll from Phylactery of Action.
Okay, so that you are not dazed.
So I'm no longer dazed. Yep, I'll fix that up in a second. And I'm just trying to decide what the next beacon action is? Because I'm pretty sure I can't move the ship, right? Because I'm dazed.
I believe that doesn't matter, but let me double check. So it's the ship's action. It doesn't matter whether you're dazed or not.
Oh, okay.
It just-
Well, in that case,
on your
All right,
turn.
hear me out.
yeah.
We fly the ship over the southwest wall. Deploy the dragon.
You know, I'm not opposed. I'm not opposed.
Seems like something that would take care of a good amount of stuff. Huh?
Now, when you say dragon, what would happen if we just deployed Aegis without his permission?
He's not in the correct part of the ship.
We could tell him to go check out the dragon.
And if
and
we're
see,
being really pedantic, Morin, it's not actually a dragon.
That's correct.
5. What are we? 8?
8.
So
Eight,
why don't
yes,
we
you-
go like here?
That is 8 squares, correct.
Yeah.
How does deploy work, Gary? Do you send it somewhere?
Yeah, so I think I designate a location which would be like, I don't know, like
Oh, it
here,
says
I
range
guess.
10, so yeah, you can throw it out wherever.
We could even just like go down here a little bit because it's like 1, 2, 3.
Oh, it says up to 10 allies. Whoa, you could like just throw a whole security there and like secure that whole wall.
Yeah. I'm on board with this plan.
So command at the end of the round is deploy.
Yeah. Yeah.
Sounds good. Morin, you're up.
So I was trying to decide if do we want to defend the city or do we want to start cleaning up Leviathan?
Yes. I was going to start targeting Leviathans myself.
Shift power at 35. Are we going to want to try to displace the other
Well,
category 4s as well?
I'm hoping that
So
they'll...
displaces 2% power. There's no way we want to displace a bunch of like 2% power on like
little
no.
guys.
Well, there's only 2 more category 4s.
The one in the
Yeah.
harbor was the main concern because it was both the
Dark
dark
light.
light
Yeah.
So
and it was like in the middle of the city. I think we could
what if-
fight the other.
what if I use the lightning and augment it 2 times to hit all 3 of these Leviathan over?
Yeah.
That would probably be a good use of the power, yeah.
Okay. Then I will do that. Lightning is range 10, so I can hit. So I'm going to hit. I think I'll hit this one first.
So it depends which lightning are you using.
What?
Are you using lightning 1 or lightning?
I'm
Gary,
going to use
you're
lightning 2,
cutting out a
but,
bunch.
it's because Griffle's mic is doing something weird.
Oh, okay. Griffle, you want...
Griffle's mic's doing the Griffle mic thing. So I'm almost positive Augment 2 is an area burst attack, but let me double check before I put foot in mouth.
Is there a way to see what the different augments are without having to roll each individual augment?
Kind of, sort of, but you'd have to look at the macro, and the macro is hard to read.
Okay.
But you can just hit the talk to yourself button, and that'll tell you the information. So it is an area burst 2. So you would draw a circle. So it's going to hit. Area burst 2 means that it's like that. No, bigger than that. Hang on.
What's
That's
Augment 1
almost
meant?
not
So-
worth.
And
It's
augment
almost
1
not
is
worth.
just. Yeah,
So
augment 1
this
is
an
2
area
target.
burst 2. So this is an
What?
area burst 2. So you could do
Yeah,
like
it's probably
that.
not worth using it on those.
So you can target
Right.
2 of them with a single augment, or you can target all 3 of them with an augment too.
Right.
For 1% power, hitting the extra one seems worth it. Like, so 0% power, you hit 1, 1% you hit 2, 2% you hit 3. It's fine. It's overkill, but it's fine.
It's up to you.
And does the
I mean-
center of the close burst have to be within 10?
The
or
center of
just
the burst is
corner?
burst 10. So if you used it down here, let's see.
Yeah, I wouldn't hit those.
We do. If you hold down, if you right click, it'll store where it is. So that's as far as you can reach. So the center of that is as far as you can go. Anything else is too much.
And it
distance.
hits friendlies, so you'd hit the ship.
Correct. It does not distinguish between anything. Actually, no, it doesn't.
No,
hit
it
enemies.
says each enemy.
Augment 2 is enemies only.
Yeah,
Wow.
but I would only hit 3 again. Or, yeah, I would not hit the category 4.
So
I
putting
think
it
it's worth getting it there where you could
there, you're not
like-
not hitting anyone. You're hitting 2 of the phantom tentacles, but not hitting any of the leviathans.
I think if we got closer, it'd be worth using it so you hit like basically everything here.
2 here, that sort of
Later
stuff.
on.
But I think hitting 3 here is about the most you can hit right now. If you
Right.
were like on the other side of the battlefield, for example, over here, you could hit 3 in several different ways. But most anywhere, it's just going to be 3.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so it's as good as anywhere. I'd go for it.
All right. Select. So augment to 21 against reflex.
What? You're talking to yourself.
Yep, I was talking to myself.
And when you hit the augment 2, it'll tell me all the attack rolls for everybody.
Augment 2.
So 24, 33, and 33. And this is against reflex. That is 3 hits for 96 points of lightning damage.
Nice.
I think that's not much damage. But they are dazed, which is good.
All right. Anything else from Morin?
For a minor action. Oh, let's see. What's Morin gonna try to do today?
And if you need a second to think about it, Draw can start taking his turn, and then you can, if you come up with something, you can let me know.
Go for it.
All right.
Drock.
I'm going to start with Hobgoblin Discipline.
Okay.
Get rid of my days.
Not days.
Sorry, 1 sec. And then cold is range 20, right?
Yes.
Mhm.
Sure.
Should I go for the same ones, guys, or should I hit the category 2?
It's up to you, my friend.
Yeah.
Like, since the rod showed us the golden lion, we probably want to keep them safe.
Okay. Yeah. So I think I'll hit the category 2. I'm not going to augment or anything, just try and draw as many of these as we can.
Gary, I really need to know what these golden lion weapons are. The halo sides, I need to know.
Wow, so I rolled it once talking to myself, rolled a 6. Rolled it again talking to myself. I was sure I hit the button to turn that off. Also rolled a 6, but let's try this again. So
Saved.
oh my goodness, if this rolls a 6 again, I'm gonna lose it. Oh, much better.
That's not a 6.
That is a
Just warming
6.
up.
All right. So it does take a pretty significant penalty because the category 2 is deep under the water. That being said, not enough that's going to miss. So it slaps into the category 2, and you can see through the beacon's eyes. It definitely did damage to it, and the damage didn't seem to be decreased by the water. So when you shot the acid into it, it sort of diluted it slightly. The ice beam, the cold beam, does not get hurt by, doesn't get lowered by that. But the creature itself has some sort of native resistance to cold. So it didn't take full damage from its own ability to weather very cold things and very dark, deep places.
Fair enough.
Anything else from you, Drac?
Has anyone thought of anything I can do to help the wall that I nuked?
I've thought of something that I could do to help the wall.
Okay, I'll let you do that as your minor action, and then I might come back.
We are
Okay.
also about to deploy like 10 things to go help the wall.
Morin, what you came up with something you wanted to use your minor action for? Go ahead.
Yeah, can I use my my noble presence to inspire the troops fighting along the wall?
You can, but they need to be able to perceive you. So you can do that, but you're going to have to either teleport onto the wall or have some way that they can sense that you're there. So you could deploy at the end of the round if you wanted to, but that has its own significant risk.
Yeah. All right, never mind.
Okay.
Can I talk to
It
Aegis?
is a really good idea. I do like it.
Sorry, can I talk to Aegis as my minor?
Of course.
So I'll just say to him, while this fight might not be yours, you're here now. What's the harm in lending some of your abilities or talents? And I'll just do diplomacy for that. If I can find all my buttons. 25.
So he shrugs and says, "There is no harm except if I step in and save a place such as this. They will expect something in years to come. I do not wish to be a savior. I do not wish to be bound to this place. I would prefer instead if it saved itself. If you are presenting yourselves as their saviors and wish me to assist you, that could be something, but you must understand the responsibility you are taking on."
At this point, they don't even know you're here. They only know the ship is here. You assisting would likely just be perceived as help from the ship.
So he kind of nods his head to one side as kind of like a fair point maneuver. My abilities are not similar to your weaponry. Any action I take would have to be done personally. You can see him kind of like looking around the battlefield, and even though you can't see his eyes because they're behind the goggles, you can see the parts of his face as he's kind of squinting at certain things on the battlefield. I could assist the reputation of this ship. How would you prefer it to be done? So I'm going to go ahead and put on here that is 2 extra successes, and you now know that he's getting close. So you got 4 out of 6 successes. On a 6th success, you're pretty certain he's going to do something, although he's kind of made it clear he doesn't fight the same way that you guys do. So if you want him to do something, you kind of have to be specific, and he'll try to make it happen. He does not want to be involved, but is not completely against helping as long as the sort of credit or whatever goes to you guys.
Cool.
All right. So the battlefield. So we're going to go to down here to the area 6 where the Caledon is. And the Caledon is basically holding its own, trying to fight against. And you see several more tendrils spawn and explode and get hammered into. As you're being able to see it, the Caledon still doesn't look like it's threatened, but it is tied down. It's basically having a flow of these psionic magics and tendrils and other sorts of things that are hitting the ship, preventing it from really being able to engage other things. While that's happening, you see the Category 1s, both as they're trying to go after this, start dealing heavy damage to the ship. To the Gypsy, who is going to attempt to get away. Let's do Filibuster. Filibuster, give me a D20, a saving throw for the Gypsy to try to get away from the grab. All right, so that is a successful saving throw. So the Gypsy is going to kind of break the grab and attempt to get out of dodge. And the others are going to dive a little bit to try to re-engage the ship as soon as they can the next round. And the Category 2 is going to continue following close. The Gypsy isn't wounded enough for it to show itself. With the space provided to it, the Dark Moth is going to lay a couple of shots into one of the Category 1s before it disappears. The DM's not going to remember how much damage the Dark Moth does. And then I hit that. He does 30 damage to this cat. All right. That is it for it. The Oreste, the other side of the field. It's going to be over here. So the battle around the Oreste is not going well. The Oreste can't really fight a lot of the things that it's fighting, and several of the Category 1s, in addition to the tentacles, start to overwhelm the short-range ability of the ship. And you guys can see from the distance that the Oreste stops really trying to defend itself. And instead, as the Category 1 goes up to the surface and starts to go after the one of its supporting escorting ships, the Oreste lines up its guns and lays heavy damage into the Category 1 on the surface, causing it to become bloodied. But the ship is going to take a bunch of damage itself, and the DM's going to remember these guys do how much? Oof. Okay. So the Oreste is in real trouble. So the Oreste looks like it's going to be having problems. That is it for those. The DCO Golden Lion. So you can tell that the Golden Lion, as it's being pursued, it goes and you can see its sort of ship's engines, like it stops moving at full speed, and you see it pull in the weaponry from the side as the other creatures continue to chase it. The Category 2, now moving away to make sure that it is not engaged in the other thing, surfaces to try to come after and grapple the Golden Lion, and is going to attempt to devour it. It misses horribly. I was talking to myself, but it rolled a natural 1. But just so you guys can see how much damage the Category 2 Devourer does. So it goes up to grapple hold of the lion. And when it does, a couple of things happen in rapid succession. The first thing that happens is the 2 stationary batteries, seemingly reacting to some sort of signal or command from the Golden Lion, open fire on the Category 2 as soon as it surfaced, hitting it with a full volley of shots. One of the cool things that would have been here is if you guys had teleported the guy that was in the harbor into the middle, which is what it looks like you were going to, all 3 of the batteries would be able to fire on the ship on the Category 4 and would have hurt it a lot before it could get back into the water. The second thing that happens is as the Category 2 reaches up and ineffectually grabs at the side of the Golden Lion, the Golden Lion's deck buckles slightly, and you see that the edge of the Golden Lion around the entire outside of it just looks like an outward-facing blade. And then below that blade, there's a gap, and then another kind of piece of the hull that sticks up. as the Category 2 grapples and grabs onto things on top of the deck, these enormous scythes slice out from the side of the ship and cut away at the tentacles sticking out of the water. And then tubes open up and launch point blank weapons directly into the water that swim a short distance and explode into the side of the Category 2. It shot torpedoes at point blank range.
Nice.
Nice.
Cool.
Number 4. So the category, this one's going to stay over here, and it's still swimming close, but it kind of noticed what happened to the other one and doesn't want to be engaged.
Is the Cat 2 on the surface now?
Cat 2 is on the surface. I need to correctly mark that.
And all of that didn't even bloody it?
It is injured, but is not quite bloodied. And then we've got the Category 1 is still at the southern docks, still messing away with things. This is the incorrect thing, so I'm grabbing this. Who has not rolled for a ship yet? One? Could you give me a roll for the Rambler? A D20 to save her against the...
Yes, I can do that.
Otherwise, that thing is dead. Oh, yes.
It was at a severe penalty. It was at a -5, but a 10 succeeds.
Nice.
So the Rambler slips away and continues to fire its guns, not at the Category 2 that's engaging it, but instead at the Category 1 that's engaging the docks. And then the Category 2 is going to come up and try to grab it again. And it's going to miss. So the Rambler is surviving, but is now heavily pursued. The ice wall. So this is the battle that's taking place on this side of the field. First, I'm going to try to resolve what happens at the bottom. So, Drock, have you rolled for one of the ships yet?
Don't think so.
Give me a D20. Escape from the Category 1s for the Sun's favored.
Oh,
God damn it.
Why do I roll anything today?
So the Sun favored does not escape. In addition to not escaping, it is going to get hit with 2 more rending blows as they attempt to devour. So this is going to be a devour of ships, which I believe is actually a miss on our good old buddy here, the Sun's favorite. It is. So miss, and then a second devour from the other one is going to be 35 points of damage. The Sun's favorite is now bloodied, effectively. It is taking severe damage and still grabbed. The ice wall can't really get to the aid of its other ship, so it's going to stay here in the harbor and fire its guns at the Category 1 below, trying to knock the Category 1 off of the Sun favored, although it's not really doing a ton of damage. And our Impulse is going to continue to get at range and do the same thing, firing at that single Category 1 that's engaging. Actually, what's the ice wall's damage? I think it should be better. It is better. So, extra.
Man, these ships suck. Aegis is right. We should just leave.
The Curiosity and Fortune, I believe, can still get range. Yeah. So it's going to move back very slightly, and then it's going to fire at range on our Category 1 down there for another 30 points. Which is going to bloody one of the Category 1s engaging the Sun favor. The Category 1s continue to kind of corral this, and seeing one of the ships is weakened, the Category 2 is now going to choose to engage and is going to use its Devour.
It is gotta be screwed.
So the Sun's favored is in severe trouble. The Boundless. The 3 pursuing Category 1s, now that they are dazed, are significantly slower, as they can only take a single movement in order to chase, and the Boundless will take this time to get the hell out of dodge.
Harry, the Dark Light going away did not affect the army at all.
You're not sure. It doesn't seem to have affected everything, but you're not sure exactly what the dark light was doing. It is affecting the city. So the parts of the harbor that were inactive or trying to deal with the stuff that was happening in the harbor, that's no longer a problem. But the creatures still seem to be chasing and fighting. Yeah, so the Boundless is going to kind of go under the shadow of the Superstition's End as it sees what it hopes is a friendly ship. And it looks friendly from what they've seen, as the 3 Category 1s are going to take a little bit of time to try to spread out. Actually, let's do this. Spread out and continue their pursuit. End of the round. Beacon action is deploy, correct?
Could be.
All right, so you deploy. Is the goal of this, are you deploying the ship security on the exterior part of the walls in order to do the most sort of chaos to the invading army, or is it to deploy them on or inside the walls to help with the stunned citizenry?
I'll let Fox.
How would they help with the stunned citizenry, though?
The dragon's not going to be too much of a help, but the golems and security people could help things like they're.
What are the riot suppression elementals? Don't they help their allies or
Yes.
something?
Yeah, the riot elementals can help. The steam creatures can help. Like basically everything but the dragon, and you also have the contracts. You have the golems as well. So the golems can also. I mean, they're designed to be helpful. So.
Yeah, why don't we put them on the? I mean, we did make a fuck up. We should
And
put
by
them on
we, it was my bad.
Yeah.
So
We
the
fail or
question-
succeed together, Druck.
Mm-hmm.
So I imagine if you're trying to help the citizenry, you're deploying the not the dragon into the.
Yeah, everything except the dragon. Yeah.
All right, and that will count as 1 automatic success against the citizenry, and enough that you're able to realize that it only takes 2 successes to remove the complication from the challenge.
Bring the dragon.
We've been going for quite a while, and also it's 2.5 hours in. I need a small break. I need to get some water. So let's go ahead and take a let's say 7-minute break and be back at 43.
Okay.
This is so much fun.
All right.
This is so much fun.
I know. Yeah, it's pretty rad.
I'm having the time of my life.
I'm just messing
I'm
up
sorry.
everything.
I'll be honest. I felt very good about removing that Cat 4 Leviathan. I also feel like we haven't done anything.
I mean, I think
But we
that
have though. We have.
if we didn't do that like that, we could have spent this whole time fighting it. So I think that was very
Yes.
impactful.
No, I agree. I just feel like there's so much more.
Yeah.
Okay, so here's 2 things that might help. So one is on my turn, I'm gonna my minor action, I'm gonna tell everybody, I'm gonna send out a beacon ping and tell everybody the harbor is clear, bring them back towards the guns, the land placement. So here, here, and here, bring them back towards this area. And then I'm also gonna do the defend action, which is a close burst 20. Which is going to hit almost everything. If we fly down a few squares, I think we can hit everything with it.
I believe it's a one target in the burst action.
What?
Yeah.
1 creature or ship. Ah, damn it.
gotta read that shit.
God damn it.
It's not a blast. If it were a blast, it would hit everyone.
Oop. All right, well that puts paid to that then. That's 1% ship's energy to. Fuck that. They can drown.
What's the SV? Which one is it? Use SV class.
So that is a.
The smaller ones.
That's one of the smaller ones. Yeah.
Okay. So you should hit the larger. What's SRT?
Signet Royal. I don't think any of them. So it's not. So I won't.
Oh, none of them are Signet Royals.
None of them will be Signet Royals. No.
Okay.
I mean, we are, so we could heal ourselves, but like
Yeah,
we
but
haven't
we're
taken
not.
that much. The ship's not taking any damage in this fight.
We're not really in danger unless we get close to the Cat Wars. I'm betting.
Uh-huh. Yeah, the 1s and 2s aren't really a threat to us at all.
Actually, it seems like the only one that really threatened us was the Darklight, because it seems like the other Cat Wars just use tentacles. Because they're not really doing a lot to the ships.
I don't know. I wouldn't underestimate them. They are Leviathan.
Where did that psychic attack originate? Was that from the Leviathan?
Yeah, it was.
Yeah. Yeah, that's what I thought. So it did something.
Oh, what's the play then? Do we bother trying to save some of the ships? Like I could try and save the what's that one? The Sun's can't read it. Sun's favored. I can reach it.
What was the question?
I was trying to
What
is
the
it worth
plan is?
trying to save the ships or like I don't know.
I'm not super concerned about the small ones, but like I was thinking since these Cat ones next to us are dazed for now, we try to go help the Oreste.
Uh-huh.
Since
Yeah,
the
that's a good
Kaladin
point.
apparently appears to be doing all right. And then like using defend on the Oreste is probably very helpful actually.
I can't remember if any of the other beacon actions is like a multi-target. Like I think deter is.
Deterrence is
Deter is a multi-target, yeah.
which
Could be
actually
helpful.
is if you flew like here. Actually, close burst.
That's
20.
that's a burst
huge.
20. We could hit everything with a deter.
Yeah,
That might be the
if
play.
you said minor action like everyone come closer and then use deterrence,
Yeah.
we could actually do some
And they
rallying.
take -2 penalty to attacks, and it's only 1% ship's energy to do that for everything. I think that's the play, guys. The deter.
Yeah, that sounds good.
The Cat 4s will
So we
probably
would
ignore
need
it, but the other ones might not.
So I think the 1s will probably almost all of them will probably get hit with it. I think the 2s are likely to get hit. Yeah, I don't know about the 4s. How? 24. So we need to move to here in order to be able to hit everything. But that would be okay, right? If we were like here.
Yeah, because these three are gonna run that way, which is fine.
Yeah.
The only one that is worried, but the Cat 2 is gonna get blasted probably.
Yeah.
When you guys are back, one in chat. I was getting water. I could hear you guys from the other room, and the background noise is like, yes, they are functioning like a crew.
We are strategizing.
We should just ask Aegis too what he would do. He has a lot more battle experience and commanding armies than
Yeah, I was
us.
thinking that is that like someone should, because like he doesn't have to take direct action. Maybe he has information that could help us, or like a perspective, or like he doesn't have to directly fight. He could still he could shot call, you know?
Yeah. Also,
Yeah.
I'm curious what Al did on his first shot that just kind of like sparkled around the dude.
He missed.
It didn't seem like a miss. It had an effect. We just don't know what. Because didn't it, like, recoil?
Aegis didn't disappear and go see Al when he arrived either.
He's too fat to be teleported.
Aegis is gonna report back to On and be like, "Hey,
this teleport's only a burst 1, and you are like a burst 10, fam. Like,
Aegis is gonna report back to On and be like, "Yeah, they were just like fucking around in some minor battle. We should
you
cut
want to
them
lay
off."
off the mana buns, buddy?
So,
Man,
Josh, are you back yet? Give Josh an extra second, and well, give him until 45, and if he's not back, we'll get started because his turn is a little bit away, anyways.
Gary, is it a minor action for me to send messages like a broadcast on the beacon?
It's a beacon action to do that. So,
Oh, what?
you could. So
Well,
it's
you
a
could-
beacon action, which means you could do it automatically at the end of the round, or since it's not one of the standard big beacon actions, you can do it on your turn as a minor. Yeah. So for you, it is a minor. It is not a general minor action. I said that.
Oh, okay. So for me, it's like okay. So okay, cool. That's
so
good.
for you, it's either a minor or it's the end of the round action.
Okay.
All right. So top of the order, things are going down. 1. What are you going to do?
Okay. Well.
Oh, sorry, real quick. Did everyone succeed their days checks?
I think I failed.
did.
I had a 10.
I don't remember still rolled. But the only person currently days is Phil. I don't know if he succeeded or if he failed to roll, or if he failed the check. But 1, go ahead.
Okay. So the ship that's most in trouble is the Oreste, right?
The Oreste is the large ship that's in the biggest trouble.
Sunfavor is probably in more trouble.
Yeah, the Sun's Favored is the one that's in the most danger right now.
But it's so far away from us.
How far is Deter?
It covers the map. We're about to do it.
Yeah.
On Griffel's turn. I don't know. What do you guys think? Any input strategically?
Are we far enough away from the wall that we notice the wards go back on?
Yes, you are. Seems to be about 100 feet, so range 2 from the walls.
All right. So I feel like I want to protect the Golden Lion because of our vision. So I think I want to attack this category 2. Oh, and we can use the reserve weapon every turn? Every round?
You can, but the idea is that you're not sure what those things do, and it's a choice that Al-Shaid makes, and you don't know if he has a recharge or something like that. You don't know what the rules are for the reserve weapon.
Yeah, so I could try to use it and it could not work.
Correct.
Potentially.
Could just make sparkly fireflies.
Mm-hmm. All right. Anyone opposed to me using the radiant weapon on this category 2?
He's on the surface, so now's a good time to do it because then if he tries to go under, we can still track him easily.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'm not against it.
Okay. All right. So I'm gonna do that then, and I will not augment it. Or should I? Should I augment it to do more damage? What do you think?
I'm thinking we should save the augments for the cat 4s if we get into fights
Okay.
with those.
Yep. All right. Cool. Okay, so this is on the cat 2 that's on the golden lion.
All right, so that is a 22 for AC, which I do not believe is going to connect, but I'll look. It does not, unfortunately, connect.
Oof. I'm not doing so
So
great this time. Okay.
the
Well,
beam of energy goes out, but the creature kind of flattens itself and dips under the beam as it slices on the surface and bores through the water.
yeah. And then I will try to convince Aegis to help. So I think I'd like to try to like intimidate him. So I'm gonna be like, I know you think that this is a little battle and it doesn't matter, but there are bigger forces at play here. Because we had shown him the rods and told him about Tyserial. So I'm like, everything that we've been doing in the Reach has been leading us to these points of prophecy, and we were led here. And we know that there's some sort of larger conspiracy going on with Clotho and the Court of Summer. Uh, so it's not just a little battle. There's really something at stake. That is my
So
pitch.
I think that's great for convincing him. But one thing I do want to sort of remind you of is the point that you're at for the skill challenge with Aegis is basically him saying, all right, well, if you would like me to help, I will help things on your behalf, but I'm not going to take kind of my own action. If you have to tell him something that you want him to do. So you're not just convincing him to assist now. You're saying, okay, he's now at the point of he is agreeable to assist. You need to convince him to do a specific thing.
Oh, gotcha. Okay. Then I will say, get rid of some of these category 4 Leviathan.
Okay.
Okay. So, all right. Do you think that that's just diplomacy then, or?
I mean, it's not. It sounded a little bit like diplomacy, although if you're trying to lay into the whole, if you're trying to make it intimidate by laying into the we know things that you do not know, leaning into that is probably more bluff than intimidate. But
Mhm.
if you're trying to make it intimidating, your character could probably spin it in a more sort of ominous way than you were spinning it. Um,
Yeah.
so it's kind of up to you, right? So there's two pieces, right? Like I like people to explain how their character does stuff, but you aren't your character. So if you give me a good, this is the gist I'm going for, I think my character could be more intimidating. You can still make an intimidate check, and that's fine.
Yeah, I mean, I'm definitely not trying to lie to him. I'm definitely trying to be like sincere that there's just that something terrible is going to happen and he should be afraid of that effect as much as
Well,
we
bluff
are.
isn't necessarily lying either. So bluff can be lying, but bluff can also be like playing something up to be more, more important than it is, right? So if you're playing up like, I know that this is the fate of the world is at stake, when yeah, I mean this seems important, but you're kind of giving it extra emphasis, that can also be bluff.
Gotcha. Okay.
I'm not trying to convince you to do anything. Just these are how the rules work. So make whatever check you find appropriate.
Yeah. Okay. I think I am gonna do intimidate because I really like. I don't think she's even trying to play it up. Like I think she really
Yeah, no, that's
believes
good.
this is the fate of the world. Okay.
Nice. And since this is a minor action instead of a standard, it does have a little bit of a cap on it, is how much you can succeed. So you can't get the 2 successes with the minor action here. So he kind of listens. You can tell as he like looks over to you as you're talking that like you can tell that the force of your argument is definitely making an impact. Like you're impressing that this is very important to you and that this is important and should be important to him. And he's paying attention to you and paying attention to what you're saying, and then says, You have uttered a forbiddance. How?
Oh, Clotho? She undid that.
BD.
So he kind of
Who
works
knows
his mouth
things you
a bit,
don't know.
and you can tell he's not really saying things, but he's like mouthing out several words, and then he shakes his head. It could be that this is as important as you believe. It is not in my nature to take out other things. I have allies that engage creatures like that. It is in my nature to endure things, to protect, to defend. Going after these creatures would not be in my nature. I
Fitting
would be
name.
vulnerable if I were to do so.
Then will you defend the city?
He looks out and says, I cannot defend the entire city. What of it do you think is important? And that's going to be for someone else to convince him as the last success on the challenge. Unless you want an action point, which I don't know if you've used your action point or not yet. I know
haven't,
at least
but
Foxy has,
mhm.
so I'm going to take Foxy's action point away if I can.
Now, do we
It's not
want
like-
him defending the city, or do we want him defending the weakest ships?
Oh,
Yeah, I was
true.
wondering if we should send him after the Ariste.
Yeah, get him defending the ships, and then the ships can take out the enemies. I don't know. Just, yeah, thoughts. Did everyone go quiet all of
One?
a sudden?
Have you used your
Yeah.
action point?
Oh, no, I'm not going to.
Sorry. So, Phil, start of your turn. Your weapon is still struggling with you, still trying to get you to go and engage things, still fighting with you. So, first things first, you have to deal with that, and then the rest of your turn will follow.
This jerkhole. Mm,
So you can tell that it just doesn't understand that you're mortal and that jumping into the ocean to go fight them in hand-to-hand combat is a bad thing. And it's trying to still convince you, just jump over the side, go stab the things. We can kill things.
yes.
And I will say, you didn't, when you were earlier trying to kind of agree that it's not the right path, like you can fight it in different ways. It did seem to respond to that. You just didn't say it in a way that it like understood and thought it was a good idea.
Yes. Can I go along those same lines and rather than using religion and use insight to almost reason with it, or maybe like diplomacy or something like to reason with?
Yeah. So what's your reasoning? So you're like, all right, well, that's not the way to go about it. I'm instead going to. That's not the way I fight the adversary. I'm instead going to fight it like this. What's your explanation to the weapon?
You know, all of my power is at range. It's all laser based. Quite literally laser based, and I have access to even more power here where I stand. And that's just what it's gonna be. And if we dive into the water, my effectiveness won't be there.
So that sounds good. It sounds like a good argument to make to the weapon. Is this diplomacy or insight or something else? I mean, you can use a lot of stuff for that, right? Like even something like history of like this is I am this type of thing on the battlefield, and I'm not that. The other thing is not what I am. I'm this different unit, basically.
I feel like history, just as an appropriateness, is like you have experienced this in the past, and this is not how it is now.
Right. So basically, you're telling it like historically speaking, you're used to being on this type of creature, I'm not that. I'm a longer range unit. That I would have this different effect on the battlefield, which could be very effective to explaining to the weapon what you're doing.
Yes. Let's do that.
Cool. Go ahead. 20. So the weapon, you can see, and the images that it's flooding you with slow and then change, and you see the weapon start to glow around you. And everyone who's on the ship can see this strange radiant light coming from the weapon. And it says, like, sends back things of showing different images instead of as being wielded by someone who's charging into battle, jumping straight into the fray, stabbing into creatures. Instead, there is like this hilltop, and at the top of the hilltop, there's a command center. And at this command center, you see the weapon being held by someone who's commanding armies and sending out instructions and orders to fight the adversary, but fight it with their mind, not with their body. 1 second. So you can tell that the weapon sort of understands and designates, oh, you're a commander type person, not a frontline fighter. And when it does, it then says, very well, raise the beacon. And you get this sensation of a flag being raised, where it still wants you to do something, but instead of jumping into the water, it wants you to raise a banner.
Yo, can I okay, first before I do that thing, is this something that like an emotion that other people felt, like they sensed a similar thing?
What do you mean?
Like the people around me, would they, like, when I conveyed that to the weapon and it started to glow in some sense?
Everyone
is
can
that
see the glow, but this is very personal between you and the weapon. So none of this stuff is something that anyone else can really perceive.
okay? As my minor action, I will turn to Aegis and I will say, uh, you know, every every immortal being we talk to continues to doubt us as mortals, and every one of those individuals we have continued to impress. And I think that you will be no different. And I would like to convince him to go help someone. Go. I think the Arreste is probably the one that needs the most help right now. And if I could use, I guess, insight in this case.
Yeah, so you're trying to look for, hey, we've done all these things to impress all these other people because we're proving ourselves constantly. You should go over there and help them so that we can continue that process. That sounds fine. That sounds like a cool insight check if you're trying to say exactly the right thing to get him to pay attention. So 25. That is a success on the challenge. That will add Aegis onto initiative. And that completes the skill challenge for getting Aegis to aid. He listens, nods, and says, very well, then I shall protect. That at least is in my nature, although I should not be seen here. With your permission, I will change. You see a kind of glimmering around Aegis's body, and then you're standing in front of you. He looks like Filibuster.
Nice.
Funny. Okay, and then can I?
And then, unless you would prefer another. So basically, he's gonna do this. He's just gonna look like one of you all to do it.
Do me! Oh, do me!
I think I'm fine with him looking like me. That's funny. I just imagine like a goblin, like an extremely powerful goblin, showing up and doing like stupid stuff. Works for me.
Your sword's gonna love that.
Yeah, technically, it's Filibuster's choice because Filibuster's the one that sort of completed the challenge. But if other people really, think there's a reason why he should look like someone else, then
I just want him to look like Syl for no good reason.
Tiny
Just
black speck.
Hey, pixies aren't that uncommon.
No, I know, but I'm just still imagining him as this like massive dude who's like hiding in a tiny body, and then put him in Syl.
I think it's fine if he just looks like me for now.
okay.
You know. I'm
Sounds.
sure it'll come back to bite me in the butt later, but whatever.
So you've got a standard action.
Okay. Based on your, I need you to tell me if I can do this or not. But based on your, it feels like I'm about to get some sort of power up in some way. So if I could could I cast Guardian Angel and raise Baneslayer?
So as you think about raising Baneslayer, it starts to give off a ton of light, and you get this sensation that should you raise the weapon, something will happen.
Oh, so I don't get to choose. It's
You're
just
not sure
raise
what
the
it's
weapon.
going to do, but the weapon, you're like, hey, I'm not a frontline fighter, I'm a commander, and it's like, oh, so you use me differently. You do that then.
Sure, let's raise the weapon. Let's do that. That sounds fun.
So you all see Filibuster raise his hand, and the weapon goes with it, and then the rod turns into a shaft of light, hundreds of feet tall, and at the end of the shaft, there is a banner, a flag that starts to fly in the air that is itself like 80 feet across and is sending off a huge wave of radiant energy, flooding the battlefield with light. This feels similar to the way that the radiant weapon from your ship feels. And you see it sending this light out, and you can feel yourselves turn to look at this flag. There is a sense of hope, of purpose, of protection, being in the light of the flag. So while the ship is here, the ship is going to gain an aura. So I'm going to change the opacity. I make it really obvious for right now so you can see how big this is, and then I'm going to dial it down so it doesn't blind everybody.
Can you change the color as well?
Once I change the opacity, it'll make it not bad. Oh, it's not letting me do that. Wait, why?
Wrong layer, maybe?
Hang on one second.
It's okay. This is very close to what I had in my head anyways.
They either remove or move that button, and I don't want to find it anymore. Like I don't want to spend time looking for it in the little session. But yeah, so within 20 squares of you, that is where the light is shining. And allies within the light get a +2 bonus to defense and +1 to attack. And enemies within the light have something happen at the start of their turn. So when the light goes up, you guys can hear cheering from some of the nearby ships, specifically from the Boundless, which is right underneath you. And then you can see the waters around where several of the adversary's creatures are, start to churn and boil. And several of the creatures look like they're coming to the surface.
Any chance that helped the stunned citizens?
Well, okay, was that considered my action, Gary?
It was not, no.
Oh, sick. Man, that was really close to what I wanted to happen anyways. I think you heard me say. My image was of me casting Guardian Angel, and essentially this happened. So that's perfect.
Cool.
I don't know how to help the stunned citizenry. But Morin said you were going to do something, right?
I did not say that.
He tried to last time, but couldn't figure out a way to make himself seen without actually porting over there.
Yeah.
I see.
What was the last thing that got a success for the stunned citizenry?
You sent over the ship security.
I think I'm gonna use the acid on the cat too. I think that's just gonna be better.
Okay.
And I will not augment it.
You can't use acid. It's apparently already used.
No, I just moved it.
Oh, you just moved it. Okay, never mind.
Yeah. That's a 32.
32 definitely hits for 90 points, and it is -2 to defenses. It is now bloody.
Oh. Does he just have a? Oh, there he is. Okay, I was gonna say if he has an initiative.
He has a spot initiative. Yep. Syl, you're up.
Okay. So I could. Gary, did you say earlier that I might not be stunned or dazed?
I don't remember if you rolled.
I did roll. I rolled a 10.
Okay, then you're no longer dazed because 10 succeeds.
Oh, great. Okay.
Saving throws are 10 or higher.
Okay. Good to know. Thank you. Okay. So I can attack this category 2, or I could maybe make another attempt to defend the walls. Would that be a good idea?
It's up to you guys.
I would say it's up to
Yeah.
you. There are many things you can do.
Okay. I was thinking I can make another firewall on this side of the walls.
Oh, that'd be brilliant. If you're doing the same action again, is it easier the second time?
No, not really.
Dang.
He also was not the one that made the firewall, so.
Oh, fair.
Yeah, if you wanted to use your standard action to use the fire thing, you can. But that is going to be your standard action because you're commanding one of the platforms.
Yeah. Okay. I will do that.
Okay. So what sort of check are you using to make it more effective? You're going to automatically succeed to some degree, but the question is then, how effective are you being? What are you using to be effective to put the firewall in the right place? So default are things like dungeoneering to more properly use the weapon, or something like perception to know exactly where to put it, things like that. You could also use like history for knowledge of battlefields because this is a major battle. That works too. And you'll have to take a second because I am going to need to put my daughter to bed. Give it 5 minutes. So
okay, sounds good.
And everybody, if you can, try to think about what you want to do in your turn because there is a lot of stuff to interact with on the battle map, and I want to try to keep it moving along.
So we sent Aegis to protect
The Arreste at this time.
Arreste. So do we want to just not?
Like,
do we want to just ignore this category 4 then for the time being?
so at the end of this, so what Griffel's gonna do on her turn is do a deter, which is gonna hopefully push everyone away. And
Do
then
that as a standard action on my turn as well, by the way.
And
so
then-
like it's gonna
yeah.
happen right away.
Well, no, it's on their next turn that they hit move. It doesn't force them to move.
Doesn't it? I thought it did. Did I read it wrong?
It says on their next move or something on their next
Deterrence.
turn. Move away.
But it means they can't attack or anything, so it's still good. Really good.
No,
Yes.
no, it doesn't. Deterrence. If the attack hits the target, must move its speed away from the ship. Oh, on its next turn and takes it. My bad.
But it does mean that
Reading.
they're not able to attack right away, right? So it will help all the ships.
Depends
Don't
on
hit me in blind.
Well, so, like for example, if I'm this cat 2 and I move this way, I could attack the ice wall
True.
because I'm still moving away.
Can we
But
get him?
if I'm
ship
this
is...
guy, I'm not going to.
Yeah, what ship is struggling the most? That
The
Sun's
Arreste,
favor.
but we have the Arreste, but
well,
we have
the
them
sun's
covered.
favor is the one that's like, yeah.
Yeah, it's tiny
The Sun's
but
favor
struggling.
is probably going to die unless we help them.
Well, could we get in range, so move and deter, so that everything within Sun's
Yeah,
favor range has to move.
So we're probably
No,
gonna
no,
move like
so-
right here, right? Here-ish.
No, so not even that far. We don't even have to go that far. We just have to go to like here basically, and then we're good to deter everything.
But
like,
the
everything
other
gets
thing
hit.
that Grifflo is planning on doing is sending a message to tell all the ships to move back towards the land, so the gun installments can help us.
Gary's gonna be a couple extra minutes because I am dying and he's doing the last part of bedtime.
No
Rachel, stop
worries.
dying.
How you doing?
No worries.
Fucking exhausted.
So
Let me tell you, taking a 3.5-year-old to a Renaissance fair in the rain while in your 3rd trimester, do not recommend.
Oh, I forgot you did that. You wild.
God damn.
Not.
You at least buy a sword or something.
We bought a really cool looking dragon egg.
Oh, that's fun.
Nice.
can it help us in this fight?
Perhaps not.
I mean, I think we're doing pretty well. I don't think we need any help.
I don't know.
famous last words.
Hey Rachel, how many times has Gary done a total party kill?
A permanent one?
Sorry, I didn't catch the answer. Cut out.
Sorry, I was laughing too loud. That was my fault.
Are you talking like permanent TPKs or just temporary ones?
Permanent, because like I've experienced a temporary one with my family and Gary, so you know.
Right. In terms of like actual campaigns, I don't think he's done like a permanent TPK.
Oh, so
There's
we're
always
gonna.
some shenanigan nonsense to be able to bring you back eventually. It just takes a lot of extra time and effort.
Plot
Fair.
armor, perfect.
So we're gonna be the first, is what I'm hearing.
You may very well be. You may very well be.
With
Kylie,
Faith
how's
is
your
done,
summer?
and we
Kylie,
TPK.
Are you the type of teacher who I'm talking to Kylie? Are you the type of teacher who like does things during the summer? Like a weird person?
No, I'm not doing anything for like, I think school ended May 16th.
Like a weird person.
Why are you laughing at that? Some teachers are like, "Oh, I did a workshop over the summer to improve myself."
Sometimes I do that, but
Not weird. That's normal.
I mean, after dealing with demons for 8 months straight, I feel like you should take some time to yourself, you know?
I mean, I do teach adults, but yes.
Oh, I didn't know that. Okay, never
Yeah.
mind. Some of them are probably demons, though.
They're still, sometimes they're demons. No,
Wait, Kylie, what do you do?
I teach math at a community college.
Oh, cool.
Yeah.
And
Oh,
picks on
man.
Canadians for calling brackets the wrong thing.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Parentheses.
Wait, what do you call them?
He calls
Parentheses?
parentheses brackets and
Yeah.
brackets parentheses.
No,
Okay, but
the
there's
square brackets are
parentheses,
square
there's
brackets.
Square brackets and squiggly brackets. I don't understand. what
Curly
that's
braces.
called.
No, it's curly brackets.
Curly
I thought it was
braces.
curly braces.
Curly braces,
Curly,
yeah.
curly braces. Yeah. No, that's fine.
I at least call it curly braces. But
Wait, we've had this conversation before, and it was awful. I
it
feel
was.
like-
We're just rehashing the same thing.
I do want to say though that like on the subject of math versus maths, I actually am on the side of the Americans here because it's not mathematics, it's mathematics.
Yeah.
So math makes more
But it-
sense to me, and I actually do
but
say
it is,
math.
but it is GIF.
No, it's not.
No, it's GIF.
I believe it's give.
What is happening when you give someone a box wrapped in wrapping paper and ribbon? What is that?
More importantly,
GIF.
what does GIF stand for?
Graphics interchange format.
Jaffix.
Exactly.
What do you call that long-necked mammal?
Yeah, that's GIR. What do you call that box wrapped in ribbon?
A GIF.
A GIFT. A
An
GIF?
NFT?
Is it a GIF?
I mean, I can still call a
I'm not
giraffe
backing
a
it.
giraffe and recognize that G has multiple different pronunciations.
Actually, so the creator has said that both pronunciations are in fact correct. So
But do we actually believe the creator? Because the creator of meme is just psychotic.
Hell, I don't even believe in a creator.
I mean,
I
that's the
believe
thing
in
with
no
art.
creator.
When you create art, it just goes into the universe and you have no more control over it.
Mhm.
So
I don't know if it got posted here, but there was a meme that like popped up on the D&D subreddit about the NFT spear.
mm,
NFT what?
Was that when a bunch of NFTs were stolen?
No.
You mean
It's
copy
like a
pasted?
D&D meme. No, like it's like a D&D meme.
Right
I
click.
mean,
Copy.
yes, it
You
is like
now
it, yeah.
own the NFT.
Taking a screenshot is art theft. Here we go. The non-fungible trident is what it is.
Non-fungible trident.
Yeah, let me post this. You guys will love it.
Isn't that's what Poseidon wields?
Yep. There you go.
Instant. I really like it.
Nice.
Plankton. 1% evil. 99% hot gas.
Apparently,
An
some guy
oldie but a goodie.
bought an NFT, and then it was stolen, and he has ransomed it back for 300,000. And I'm just
Wow.
like, but how does that
Let it
stop them
go.
from doing this again?
Right.
That's the trick.
So, Crypto Bitlord. This morning at 5:40 a.m., my desktop MetaMask was hacked and drained of all funds and NFTs. The only thing I did differently was charge a brand new dildo on my computer and installed the app. Still trying to wrap my head around this, but I think I just got hacked by a dildo.
Say hacked by a dildo? Isn't that what you're doing?
No. I mean, yes, that like I do have a sex tech project on the go, and it is passing very successfully. Thank you very much. It's into
I like
open
the
beta
term
now.
Sex tech. It's like hex tech.
I feel at
like
this
from
point
League
I
of
should have
Legends.
probably paused the recording for all of this, but it's too late now.
People are just gonna be like, "What? You gotta put timestamps in the video." It's just like weird ramblings.
Weird ramble time.
Roughly,
Clowning on NFTs.
roughly 3 hours and 20 minutes in. If people have stuck out till that point, they deserve some chaos in the middle.
How is it that you
So-
broke the beacon and got access to security? I used a dildo.
3 hours and 20-minute timestamp. Clowning on Crypto Bros. 3 hours and 25-minute. Foxy talks about her sex tech project.
Well, yeah, okay, so you got 30 seconds to get your speech ready, and then we need to hear about it, because, yeah, that'll be 3:25, basically.
Okay, so you know how there's like rumble on like haptic feedback on like Xbox controllers, right? With like gamepads.
Yeah.
I've created a thing where you can reroute that to a Bluetooth like vibrator device of your choice. So there's a client side and a server side, so it works anywhere in the world. It's great for long distance partners. So like I can sit in Australia and play a game and have the rumble redirected to like a toy on the other side of the world.
Nice. Can it hit 2 toys at once so you both get the rumble?
It can actually. You can connect. So on the client side, you can connect as many devices as you have. So yes.
This don't give this to TikTok creators.
Draga's like, this is my type of shit, man.
Alright, I'm back.
Save us, Gary, from this conversation.
What do you mean save you? This is an excellent conversation.
This is what, like, listen.
It's gonna take a little longer.
That's okay. Foxy was inviting us all to invest in her small business.
Oh, no, you can have it. Like, if you can have it for free, I'm all about open source. Like,
Like, gives a new
Yes.
meaning to LAN parties.
Oh man.
Her communist business venture, you know?
yeah. Join my work co-op, guys.
All right. So you've had a lot of time to think about your turn. So what are you doing,
Yeah.
sir?
Okay, so here's what. Can I use Streetwise to use my knowledge of cities to plan a good route along the outside of the wall with the firewall?
Yeah, that sounds good. I like that.
Okay, cool.
Because
I will do
there are
that.
things outside the city walls. There are like buildings and stuff that are basically abandoned as everyone came inside the city. So that
Okay,
would work
perfect.
very well.
So that is. All my skill check macros are screwed up, so I'm just going to roll. Okay. Sorry.
So good.
Hey,
So
20.
a 20 is moderate DC success. So enough to let you know that you cleaned out a good number of them. You're now at 5 out of 6 successes for the southern walls to basically break the siege in that part of the city. So you've done well and have suspended the fire platform. You have a minor action you could take, although a lot of the things that are currently in here are things you're going to have to either go engage on the walls or you could talk to Aegis, but he already has a thing that he's going to do.
Yeah, I think I will just not use my minor action if that is all right.
Sounds good. Gripple.
So for my, first of all, movement. So we're going to bring the ship down 1, 2, 3, 4 to here. Oh, no, that didn't quite land. There.
Okay.
Which should put everything in our range, our burst 20 range. Pretty sure.
Yep.
Yep. Okay. So then, as a minor action, I want to. I don't know what like the beacon, the standard beacon like transmissions are, but I want to broadcast to everybody the closest approximation to the harbor is clear. Retreat to the harbor.
So there is one for the harbor is clear, but there isn't something that has the second part to it.
What about disengage?
So you can disengage, but disengage and go to the harbor are going to be 2 different beacon actions.
Okay.
I feel like harbor is clear might give the right.
The harbor is clear is enough. Yeah, the harbor is clear is enough. So safe port. And then for my standard, I'm going to do a beacon action. I'm going to deter everything if I can.
All right, sounds good. So there's a
So
lot of rolls.
1% ship's power.
Rolls for
Also,
every
do I
enemy.
get a bonus because of the Baneslayer? Do we benefit from that?
Yes, so +1 to attack roll.
Cool.
Yes. All right. So it is going to
That's
be
rough.
1d10 plus 19. So I should have made this a shorter thing. So let me just send this to you, Foxy. So probably just put that, copy paste that in, and just hit enter a whole bunch of times, and then I'll start seeing who gets hit and who doesn't.
Okay.
No spam in general, please.
Do you think that's enough, or no? That's definitely not enough, right?
You can also put multiples in the same line, so you can just put it a couple times so it just hits a big
No.
block. All right, so this is all against Will. So we've got and speed away from the ship and -2. -2. Actually, let's do it this way. All right, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to have it do all the category 1s first, rather than doing book order, which is normal.
That's fine.
So we've got, that's my target. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. We got like 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, you got 16. So all of the ones in the cat ones hit. So every cat one was hit. Let me make sure that there are 16 cat ones. I think there are. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. Okay, so 16 cat ones hit. 1, 2.
I need to roll 2 more times then.
And
There you
then
go.
we've got cat 2s. So I believe this cat 2 is going to get missed. Oh, no, he's not. His will is still bad. So looks like you missed. Okay, so I'm just going to mark the ones that are missed. And just to make it obvious and I can see it from a distance, I'm going to put an X over the ones that you missed.
Okay.
There we go.
Excellent. That's good enough for me. And then
Goal achieved.
I will also have the beacon do the same action again at the end of the round, deter once again, just to make absolutely sure we're getting them the fuck out of there. I think that's a good use of power. So 1%. Do I have to record the power loss for this?
I'm doing it as you use things.
Beautiful.
So it's recorded on the ship. It's the blue bar. You're at 32%.
Yeah, another 1% for a second deterrence, just to make absolutely sure they fuck off is like probably a good move. Yeah, that's my turn.
Warren, you're up.
Okay. Number of weapons have already been used.
So less than half of the weapons have been used.
Mm-hmm. But 2 of the big ones that I wanted to use, which is fine. My top 2 choices. So I'm going to hit this category 2. Is he's not underwater, right? The red is
So
not water, the blue is water.
little blue thing, if it doesn't have a number in it, that means they're on the surface.
Yeah. Okay. So I'm gonna hit him. Button. I'm gonna hit the category 2 with some lightning. I will not augment it. Critical miss.
Yes, it is. Good thing it's not augmented. Anything else?
No, I don't think so.
All right, Druck, you're up.
Yeah, good question. Because I clicked the deterrence button. It doesn't say it takes power.
Yeah, deterrence does not. I don't think deterrence takes ship's power.
Oh, okay.
Yes, it does.
That's
Does it?
So Foxy, in your notes on Discord, it says deter 1%. But when I click the button with no augments, it doesn't mention power. Just curious.
Oh yeah, interesting. It says it does not.
Just,
I thought it did.
Discharge.
Discharge does 1%. Ah, okay. I just got them mixed up. Wait, it's all D's. Leave me alone.
No,
I get up at 7 a.m. for this.
I just don't want to take power if we don't need to. Because Gary, did you decrement on that one? Yeah.
I did, so I added 2.
Yeah, I'm more just trying to save us power, Foxy, not blaming you.
Yes.
Trust me, I've screwed
It's all
up
good,
enough
it's all
this
good.
battle.
I mean, you could also use the energy discards. Not that you would miss anything and want to do half damage, but it is there.
What was the one that stunned or dazed the other guys? Lightning, right? Does thunder daze? Do any of the other ones daze?
Just lightning.
Okay.
Cool. So, weapon descriptions, you can just click them and see because they tell you a lot of what the other things do. So,
yeah,
Cold creates the barrier on the ship. Force pulls or pushes things. Necrotic does extra damage to living creatures and prevents things from healing, and then Thunder does additional damage to ships and contracts.
Although there are differences if you augment them, right? Because the weapon description does not say that lightning dazes. I didn't realize that until I used the augment.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. I'm trying to think like what would be the best because the one that didn't get deterred is around the sun's favor, which is kind of damaged. I was thinking we could hit it and maybe distract it. I was thinking cold or thunder. Any suggestions?
I think they resist cold.
Right,
Yeah.
good call. So thunder.
I don't think we're in range
Thought.
of thunder. It's 10, right?
Yep.
14.
Necrotic might be the only one that might still be in range then. What's its range?
It's also 10.
10. So cold's the only one, so that seems kind of silly. So then, okay, I'll just use thunder on the close category too.
Okay, augmented or no?
No, not augmented. So 28 against
28, 40
fortitude.
hits. 81 points. Anything else? You got?
No, I still don't have any way to help the guys at the wall. That's the only other thing I'm worried about. So, nope.
All right. So the Caledon. So the Caledon is the things over here are still engaging the different creatures. The first thing that's going to happen is the Caledon is going to blast the Category 2 as it attempts to come up and go after the Gypsy. So the Category 2 is going to surface and then is going to get hit with a stunning blast, doing a little bit of damage, but preventing it from going after for a round. And we're going to do stun if the DM can figure out where it is. And then the other two are going to come up to try to go after the Gypsy. Oh, no, they're not. Their category. They are going to be very confused. So, who's not rolled for ships and stuff yet?
I have not yet.
I have not either.
All right. So, Syl, give me a roll for these two category 2s. A D20, please.
Oh, see, that's a normal good roll.
So they have 2 effects on them warring for supremacy. As you can see, the creatures kind of spin around for a second, confused at what they're supposed to be doing. And then both of them start swimming as fast as possible towards you.
What?
They were not hit by the deterrents?
They
Oh, they
were.
were.
Okay.
Something stronger than our deter is telling them to attack us.
Equivalent.
Category
that's right.
1s.
So, Gary, you said equivalent to us?
Equivalent to, yes, not stronger than. So 2 equal effects, and basically when you roll the d20, it's like a 50-50. So the category.
I missed it. Which ones moved closer to us?
So the category 1s that were all the way down at the bottom.
Okay.
Caliban already took his action. The Gypsy is going to take this time of things are not being a problem, and it's going to go to here and line up with the Dark Moth, who are both going to lay into the now surface category 2. The Dark Light. So Syl rolled. Who was the second person that hadn't rolled? Morin?
Morin, yep.
Give me a d20. Actually, no, never mind. This guy doesn't have that effect on him. That's what the giant X is, you dumbass. How far can he get with that ability? There? So go here. I believe he's still out of range. He is not out of range. So he swims underneath the Caledon and starts to approach the Superstition's End. From this distance, you can see the tentacles and tendrils that are coming out in the water around him are churning the water around. And he is going to create a complication. So since Aegis is helping, I'm going to remove his thing from here. So you guys see, and Griffle, you can sense from this guy down here, he does something, and there is a temporal disturbance. There's a teleportation thing opening up above the Superstition's End. And as it opens up, you see just an enormous amount of seawater getting dumped straight on top of the ship. Ocean vessels, it's probably not going to be a huge deal. It would be a problematic thing. But for the Superstition's End, having this amount of basically sitting underneath a waterfall is going to push the ship towards the ground, push it towards the surface, as long as it's able to maintain its hold and keep that portal open. So you now have a skill challenge piece that is on there of finding out some way of closing that portal, or at least stopping it from pushing the ship straight down.
Hey, Gary. What about the Baneslayer effect? Is that taken in consideration with all these guys?
Yes, it is.
Okay, because I thought you said there was something happening at the beginning of their turns or something because of that. Okay, just curious.
Yeah, that might be one of the reasons that they are all coming your way.
Oh.
That is it for the Caledon and its area. Number 5, over here. So the Oreste is going to take a little bit of damage from stuff. 1, I'm just going to kind of go in order now. 1, could you give me a d20 for the saving throw for the Oreste? And then Phil, could you give me a d20 for the saving throw for the Alcide? So the Oreste succeeds.
What was that word that you said?
What?
Oh, the ship name.
Yeah, the name of the Alcide, the ship that's down here.
Yes.
The smaller ship.
I rolled a natural 20, good sir.
You are talking to yourself, so try again.
Rick.
I rolled a 19, which is almost a natural 20.
Yeah. All right. So both of them are able to disengage from the things that are pulling at them. And then let's see, the next person on the list is going to be Syl. Syl, could you give me a d20 for determining which of the two effects on them the creatures in this region are going to go through? They are going to run away.
no.
They're going to flee.
What area is this?
Bottom left.
That's the best natural one you've ever rolled.
That's actually
Yeah,
that's actually a
seriously.
very good thing.
The Arrestus, seeing things fleeing, is going to set a volley towards that category 1 before it can get back under the water. And then, because it is no longer engaged, it's going to activate its other cannons and set forth 4 more volleys on the category 1 as it flees. So 150 points of damage.
Wow.
Nice.
And then the Alseid. What's up?
Ignore me.
Oh, sorry. That is it for the Arreste. The Golden Lion. It is okay. So category, the 4s are in the middle. Things get moved around as the battle changes, but we got a 4 here. So who's next on the list? Griffle. D20, please. Nine. So they will flee. 1, 2, 3, 6 down here. Actually, he's gonna go this way. It's not gonna run into the other. Our category 4, or sorry, our category 2 that's up here, number 4, is going to attempt to flee. And as it goes, we can't go that way. He has to go by the lion. Yeah, he's gonna go
Cut
by
his
the lion.
ass up.
Gonna go this way. As he does, the lion is going to basically take its chance as it's following along the creatures it's fleeing. As it gets in the middle of things, it shoots a depth charge underneath the category 2, causing it to surface and then take continuous fire from all 3 of the surface batteries, which is going to kill this category 2.
Hell yeah.
Wait.
This category 1 is going. Oh no, this is the 4. Yeah, it is. You can get over here. That's it for those.
This is just like the 2012 movie
2012?
Battleship with Rihanna.
Clearly. That's where I'm drawing all my inspiration from for all my games. It's Hollywood remakes of movies based off of, was it Marker Price? No, what's the name of the game company?
Fisher Price.
Fisher Price. Fisher Price. Exclusively where I get all my information. All right. So who has not rolled yet? We need Morin. Morin, you're next.
Okay. Oh, I'm talking to myself.
$18. So they are going to choose to follow the go after the Superstition's End option. Where is? Oh, there it is. The Sun's Favorite. So it's going to get crushed a little bit. It's going to. The other category 2 is going to get a Devour off. So let's do that. 63 points of damage. And then from the grab, it's going to take an extra 40. So the Sun's Favorite is extraordinarily damaged. And the category 1 is going to go this way. And it is going to dive a little bit, so it's not quite so exposed. This one's also going to do the same thing. 1, 2, 3, 6 here. And whoever's next in the order could give me a saving throw. It's going to be Drock. Drock, would you mind giving me a saving throw, please?
Oh, I did. I threw it in
You
there.
did.
15.
Oh, there it is.
I was just thinking.
15.
Sorry, Gary. So the Sun Favor, the Category 2, if it's not trying to be deterred, wouldn't it just immediately come towards us because that's the only thing that's acting on it?
It is, but the thing that it's the Devour thing is that's its first action it takes, and now it's going to move towards you.
Oh.
But it already had something that it was chewing on. It's going to
Sad
let
day.
it go and then start moving towards.
Well, hopefully Sun Favor can just get out of dodge now.
Ooh. The Category 2 is going to surface. And it is going to, you see the head of the creature surface and this weird sort of well of energy form in the middle of its body as it kind of dips the area in the sea around it down and then fires this volley of poison. Technically venom.
You know, if I knew this was going to happen, I would have just told the Aegis to protect us.
I mean, I'm
So
hoping
15
he's just going to take that advice anyway.
Where is... Hang on.
We have a much higher defense than that.
Yes. So it can only use Devourer. That's wrong. This thing is incorrect, but it should be able to use the Spit once and Devour once. And try to devour the Sun Favored and then it move forward and spit. That's it for that guy. These little ones are also going to try to get in range. Oh. That guy moved way too. All right. That is it for our... Oh, no. That's it for the bad guys inside 3. The Impulse. The Impulse is going to attempt to fire on this recently not submerged Category 2. As will the Ice Wall. And the Ice Wall has both sets of guns. So it's going to move up a little bit. And then guns.
These some brave old sailors we got here.
Well, they are still moving towards the harbor. So you're like, come and get me. And like, you're still standing in front of our city.
We're off to the side, but I was thinking our harbor is safe message might have been too early.
Yeah, but like the harbor's got the 3 like gun points though.
It does indeed. All right, so that's 3. The Boundless. The Boundless is counting its blessings and everything is coming up sunny. It's going to move to here and lay some fire down again on that same Category 2 that seems to be surfaced, and shooting the only thing that seems to be preventing the battle from going very badly. And then the Category 1s, this one's still dazed, so it's going to just surface. This one's already surfaced, it's not dazed, so it is going to bolt twice. So 27 on Superstition and 26 this is against Fortitude for Superstition.
That
Fortitude,
misses.
30, so double miss.
We got some stats up in here.
So miss. So 4 misses from the different Leviathans. All right. And then the beacon goes out again. It only matters for 2 targets. So can you roll? Should have kept access. Can you give me 2 attacks of Deter?
Doesn't it matter for all of them because we have to circle back to their turns this time? Or is that a silly
the
thought?
same round, so it's not going to really do much. The important part is that it's whether these 2 get hit with the penalty to attack. And that does both hit. So Aegis vanishes from on deck, and you guys can sense in from the recordings that you get from the Beacon Griffle that the Oreste's sort of statistics, according to what it's broadcasting out with this beacon, now show the ship is in much better shape, but you're not sure what the markings mean. So Aegis did something to reinforce the Oreste.
Is that what that
And-
grenade symbol is?
It's telling me where Aegis is.
Oh, okay.
1 minute. You're up.
All right.
Hold on. We're not going to talk about the fact that Aegis could just teleport?
How do you think he got here?
He could
We
do, like,
already
any-
knew that he could do.
Spingus.
Yeah, yeah.
He's like best friends with Onda Song. She can like.
Yeah, but our ship has like a bunch of anti-teleportation wards.
So a couple.
But he
of
came through a spin disc.
So he came through a spin disc, and I had to allow him on. And I think the forbiddance is like you can. The deterrence is about like people. It's not going to stop people teleporting away from the ship, right?
Yeah, it doesn't stop people from teleporting away from the ship. It allows you to control teleportation inside of the ship. So like if you teleport where the destination is inside and outside. The other thing is that the distance of that teleport was pretty significant, but it looked like when he did it, it was a normal teleport. So when you saw An use the gate, it was very different. Like An opened a gate and then walked through it. Aegis didn't do that. Aegis just vanished and you saw him teleport. So it was a more quote unquote short range form of teleportation than some of the other like big teleportation things that you've seen other people do. So his short range quote unquote teleport was very long range compared to like what a lot of people can do, but it wasn't outside of the realm of believability, I guess is the way to say it.
Cool.
Like, oh, that's impressive, he can teleport, but it's not like it's not the same thing as like watching An open a gate the first time. That was different.
Yeah. Okay. All right. So lightning augment 2. How many things can we hit?
Actually, a very good question.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking.
No, it's like that.
And all of our okay, you said all of our things. Yeah, so lightning first two, so it's like a 5x5 square.
Easiest way is to actually just draw the square. Yeah.
Yeah, cool.
That's-
Thank you.
I always forget how to like delete squares after and move them.
So you can just move by just dragging your mouse on, like hovering over it till you get the move symbol and then just click and drag.
They're actually not all that as close as you might think.
Yeah.
It's
Yeah.
kinda-
But you have to go to select. Like
Yeah,
the select tool.
I'm on
draw tool.
select. It's just being
And then when
grumpy.
it's selected, hit delete.
They aren't crazy grouped up yet.
Yeah,
Oh,
yeah.
we could wait until they get closer.
But that'll be next round, so we'll have our thing anyway, right? Oh, now it's not cooperating with me. Come on, square.
What does that roll for, Gary?
The water hitting the top of the ship. It did not push the ship down towards the surface.
I see.
Oh, arrow keys. That's
Oh, the orcas aren't bad because they actually snap it to the corners.
Interesting.
hmm.
Never use the arrow keys to move things.
My mouse is not working to move things. This is the only option I even have.
Yeah, so we get those three in the middle. We could get like these three.
Yeah, it seems
do you
like
guys think?
3 only ever.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, let's do lightning on those guys.
Oh, I didn't do the Rambler for last round. Hang on.
Okay.
So who's not rolled? I guess it's back at the top of the order. So Drock was the last saving throw. So 1, give me a d20 for the saving throw for the Rambler to escape.
Is he
Sure.
is he grabbed?
Yes, from last round.
No.
So that does not succeed.
Sorry, Rambler.
Rambler is not bloody. But so we're gonna have Devour. Does that hit the Rambler? It does, even with the penalty.
Hi,
And
Rambler.
then going to let that go. And the 4s. Crazy here. 4s fled, right? Yes, the 4s fled. You can keep taking your turn.
Okay. So I'm going to do lightning. Here we go. Not augmented.
You need
is not
augment
right.
2.
Oh, we need augment 2. Just kidding. Augmented. Oh, I didn't add any bonuses. Also.
So 22 on, this is 22 versus reflex.
But it'd be +1, so 23, right?
23 reflex. So it's still a miss on the category 2, but does hit the other 2 for 106.
It misses the cat 2 at 29.
It's 22 plus 1,
Not
23.
on the cat 2.
No, the cat
Yeah.
1.
The cat 2 is
29
28 in book order. Am I looking at the wrong one? Oh, whose square am I
There's two
looking at?
squares. Hang on. Which
Oh,
color square?
top right. Ignore my square.
Pink.
The top right square.
Okay, hang on. Sorry, 1 second.
Yeah, I was
My
looking at
bad.
the pink
Sorry, I
square.
was looking at something else. Pink square, Gary.
So the pink square over here. All right, so then that's 3 hits.
Cool.
Ah, much better. And they're dazed.
Yeah.
All right. That one is now bloodied. The category 2 is bloodied. And all right, what else?
Okay, so for my minor action, I'd like to stop the deluge on ship's shield. So I don't know if this is a thing that I could do, but I know that we have that like water shield that comes up and protects us when we go underwater.
Mhm.
Why is that not sprung up?
It is. So the shield is there. It's not that the ship is getting covered with water. It's that it's sitting under a waterfall, and the weight of the water is pushing the ship down.
Gotcha.
Yeah. We are not
that's-
physically getting wet.
Got you. Okay, and that's from the category 4 Leviathan.
Correct.
Okay. I don't think there's anything I can do about that. And then I cannot.
I have a suggestion.
Okay.
Could we open one of the weapons to face the opposite? Because we can direct the weapons. They're basically like we're opening portals into like elemental planes. Could we like open the fire one directly towards the water and try to like neutralize it? Or like open it to like swap one of them out that we're not using, like we're not really using the necrotic one. We could swap that one out for like for Al and see if he can do anything.
Both of those are options. So you could try to use the reserve weapon system to open up a portal and see if Al has a solution by assigning him to one of the weapons platforms, or if you want to use one of the weapons platforms as sort of a makeshift shield or another force to go kind of head on those are both options.
Could I use a weapons thing with a minor action though?
No, you would need to make an action point to do it. But once the weapons platform is there, you could use minor actions to interact with it.
I see. Okay. Well, and so the weapon platform is like they're like outflow. So it would be, yeah, like try to neutralize it, like Foxy said. Um, I don't know. What do you guys think? Should I try that? Or I mean, can we just
I don't really have any other practical ideas about how to, other than like obviously kill the thing.
well, like on your turn, you could just move the ship, right?
Yeah, Gary, would it follow us?
You're not sure.
Okay. So I will move the ship, obviously, but I don't know. Like,
Then I think I don't want to burn one of our platforms or like Al. I think.
how is it like the width of the ship? Like, is it that blast 2, or is it bigger than that?
Sorry. It's effectively 1 square. So it's not the width of the ship.
Okay, cool. So we could just like fly out of it at this point.
I
As far
think
as you
so.
know, so far.
Okay.
All right.
I'm assuming since it's a skill challenge that it's going to follow us. That's my gut feel.
I am as well.
All right. I will end my turn.
All right, Phil, you're up.
Hey, Gary.
Yes.
I have a scene in my head, and I am going to describe it to you, and you let me know if that's okay.
Sounds
Can
good.
I expend Guardian Angel to take a standard action to attempt to, like, essentially make the form of an angel, like, grab the banner and, like, slam, essentially, like, some sort of energy transfer to, like, to attempt to close the portal, I guess is the way I'm saying it. So expend my daily power to essentially raise my weapon again, pump more holy energy into the beam, attempt to like blast the portal closed.
So
The water
with the
portal.
way the Guardian Angel works, I think that would work really well as a way of like basically making a shield above your shield. So just have the Guardian Angel, take the brunt of the attack, and so it's not forcing you down anymore. So that would definitely contribute towards the skill challenge. I don't see it making a lot of sense that it would close the portal, but I can see it negating the effect.
I find that acceptable.
So yeah, burn your Guardian Angel, and then give me some sort of appropriate skill check. By default, it's going to be religion, but if you want to use something else, you can.
I was thinking Arcana. Is that not? Religion's also fine. I don't know
Yeah,
why I thought
well,
Arcana, because it's like a portal. That's why I thought.
that makes sense. You're trying to manipulate a lot of magical energies, so I can see Arcana being something that makes sense.
Do I get bonuses at all? No, this is not like an attack or anything.
You will get bonuses, yes, but
Okay.
I do it by lowering the DC rather than giving you a bonus to the skill check. So because you expended a daily power, it does reduce the DC pretty significantly, and would allow you to get 1 success. And you're now aware you need 3 successes to shunt off this energy on the shield. Actually, no, hang on. Yes, no, that's correct. Sorry. Normally you would have needed a 23, or you would have needed hard DC to have a success on the challenge. Since you expended a power, you could get it at a 15.
So many complications.
It's a complicated battle.
Okay. Man, I feel like there's not much else I can do. I guess I could action point. Yeah, why not?
Okay. Have you taken a standard action yet?
Was that not a standard action?
You did all this as a minor, right?
I said standard, but I didn't know if that.
Oh no, if it was intended to be a standard, then that would be 2 successes, not 1.
Let's do that then, because that's what I wanted.
Cool. Sorry, I thought I heard minor. So yeah, action point, do something else.
Yes. Action point. Okay, and then along the same lines of thinking, because I feel like my powers will be useless, may as well use another one. I think this is why I'm forgetting all of these because I'm not actually in a fight. Yes. Let's use. I'm gonna use Fires of Judgment to essentially I guess similar to the idea of using the portals, but essentially fire a blast of fire maybe to try to counteract or steam or you know.
So you could
Or
definitely do
no.
that. You have fairly hard DC check because the whole matter of scale, right? With a battle like this,
Yeah.
these ships, the portals, everything is so big compared to you guys that if that's like on a person-sized portal, that's probably what your powers are sort of designed for. But on a portal that's like hitting a ship, it's very, very unlikely to make an impact.
Actually, let me just use Can I just use the fire platform and fire it upwards, and then I guess the goal again, same thing, sort of like cause it to
Yeah.
evaporate.
Sure.
Let's do that. I'll move it over. In this case, still a skill challenge. So, what do you think is appropriate, Gary?
So you're using the platform to kind of do something it's not really designed to do. So Arcana, Dungeoneering are the defaults, and you can use something else to justify it. If you don't want to use Arcana.
Arcana again. That's fine. Or is it less because I used it before?
So if you're trying to be creative, then I would ask you try to mix it up. So, if it was 2 creative things, I would say not Arcana. But since this is a default check, like you never get penalized for using the default.
Okay, let's use Arcana then.
It's like if you use Athletics
my
to jump across the ravine and then use it again, it's not going to be an issue. However, that is going to cause a complication. Give me a D6, please.
D6. Oh no.
So
Oh no.
So you see the beam go up, and rather than kind of being a broad kind of throwing a flamethrower at it, the fire beam is more a beam, like it's like a welding torch, not a flamethrower. And when it goes through, you guys can see near where the category 4 is, the area around it light up as the beam goes through the rather than destroying the portal, it's an open portal, so it goes out the other side of the portal. And when it comes out the other side, the category 4 tilts it away and aims at one of the other ships.
Oh no.
Oh wow.
So it's going to aim it at let's see. Actually, it's your thing, filibuster. Give me a d6, a second d6.
Please
So
don't
1 to
hit
3 is
Sun Favored.
1 to 2 is
Destroy the sun's favored.
It's not going to be the sun's favorite. It's not where the portal is.
That's a 3.
3. So it's hitting the Dark Moth. So give me a weapons platform attack against the Dark Moth.
That's unfortunate.
Oh.
It's not going to do quite as much damage because the portal's pretty deep under the water. But it is going to hit it decently hard. Ow. All right. So that
Where
is
did
a
that come from?
complication, but it doesn't actually trigger a new thing for skill challenge stuff. It's a one of sort of shot.
Okay, and then minor action. Is anyone hurting? Is anyone in pain? Syl,
I
maybe?
am. Yeah. I have a
Yeah,
little
I'll
bit of-
cast Healing Word on Syl. Why not?
Sounds good. Syl, your turn. You feel better.
Wonderful. Okay, I think I'm just gonna do a radiant attack on the category 2 that's closest to us.
Okay. Augmented or no?
Not augmented.
$31. So 33 total. Gonna definitely connect for 84 points of damage.
Man, those damage rolls are bad.
And it cannot benefit from skill savings. So it was Dave Sabins, and now it's gonna do the insubstantial thing, even though that's not what it is. I'll remember. Oh, and it's undead or aberrant, so it does take an additional 34 damage.
Wow.
Ow. So if you see that for the radiant beam, that second damage roll, it also scales with the augments. Anything else, still?
One thing I'm thinking is that for stun citizenry, like if we could try to can we like mass communicate with them? Like I'm wondering, does the ship have the power to? Yeah, in the same way that we did with the other ships. If I could try to communicate with Griffle that we should say something to the citizenry that we're trying to help them to try and solve the stun citizenry problem.
See, the main issue you guys have is right now you don't have a way of doing that. So in order to communicate with them, you would have to physically teleport over there or have some
They
other
need
way
to
of
have a
communicating.
beacon.
They would need to have a beacon, yeah.
Okay. All right. I see. Sorry. Okay. Well then, yeah, I've got nothing.
It is not on the map, it is in the map, but it's not really labeled where that where this is. There is a beacon there. So the harbor itself, as any larger city that's on the ocean, is going to have a beacon in the harbor. This one is in like a keep that's just slightly away from the shore. So there is a beacon there that you could send it to, but that's not going to be super helpful for the individual citizens that are on the walls rather than the people that are in the middle of the city.
Yeah, I hear you.
Griffle.
Yes. Okay, there's a few things I could do. I could heal the sun's favored and save it. I could dump the bound furnace dragon on the southern walls. Which, like, if I did that, Gary, would that count as a success?
That would, yes.
Okay. Or I could use a weapons platform. I don't think it's worth doing another deter. We've pretty much already got either the ones that are going to run away are already running away, and the other ones aren't going to change their minds, right?
Correct.
I could do a discharge to make sure that like everything we're doing at least some damage even if we miss, but we seem to be hitting pretty regularly. So I don't know, do you guys feel like that would actually be valuable?
Not as much as the
Maybe.
wall or the healing.
Yeah.
I agree with that.
I feel like there's some
And then
ships we should
also-
attempt to assist.
Yeah, I feel like Gary, the stunned citizenry are like defending the walls, like the southern walls, right? So succeeding on that one, would that also negate the stunned citizenry skill challenge or no? It would?
If they're no longer the stunned citizenry problem is that they're having a difficult time recovering to be able to help with the walls. So if the walls are not under threat anymore, then that would
then yeah, that's what should happen then, right? Because that solves two of our big problems.
Yeah, that sounds good to me.
So
So
first
let's
action, deploy the dragon.
Deploy the dragon.
So as the wildfire dragon appears in the midst of the army and starts to very rapidly like blur into flames and strike out with its claws, there's a moment that you guys have seeing the thing rampaging through an army in the distance where you remember what that felt like to be on the receiving end.
Yeah.
Because the dragon is actually the closest I think the group has come to TPK.
Yeah, remember when Gary did like his strong ability like 3 times in one round? I remember.
All right, so beacon action, standard action has been taken. What else?
So minor action. We need to deal with this torrent. I guess I'm gonna try fly the ship out of it initially and see what happens. So which way do we want to go, fam?
We should pull things. Anything chasing us needs to be pulled away from the harbor, a little ways, but maybe like near the guns, but just a
Yeah.
little further away.
Yeah. Okay. Did someone else speak up? Sorry.
I coughed, but I don't think anyone said anything.
Oh, okay. I guess we could like just fly here. That might work.
I think
Yeah.
so.
Because like all the stuff that's around here, that's still gotta like swim past this like thingo
Yeah.
anyway. So it's not gonna change anything about it. And these ones weren't gonna go towards the guns anyway. They were just gonna keep coming towards us, theoretically. Cool. Okay, yeah, so wait, it does move with us.
It did, yes.
Okay. All right. So problem not solved. In that case, I'm just looking at like what I could do as a minor action. Like, I don't really know. Like, I have nature and dungeoneering, but I can't think of like we're getting pummeled by a crapload of water.
And if you can't think of something, or if you think you'll think of something later, I can go ahead and have Morin take his turn and then go from there. But I do need to know what at the end of your turn what you're telling the beacon to do.
Yes. So I think I will at the end of my turn. I think I'm going to tell the beacon to to defend the sun's favor. I know it's 1% of power, but they are kind of about to die.
Yeah.
Okay.
Like we're not going to help a ship that's just bloodied, and especially because we're drawing aggro off of everything. But yeah, I think
Can you
helping
guys
them out.
see the health bars of the allied ships?
Yep.
Yes.
We can, yes.
So you can see that the sun's favor is not just hurt; it's
It-
nearly dead.
I think there's 4
It's
pixels.
countering, yeah. That's why I'm saying like I'm not like I wasn't super worried about like the resty when that was like half health. I was like we save it if we can, but I'm not going to waste. Anyway, okay, yeah. And then I think for my minor, I'm actually just gonna who's damaged? I think I'm the most damaged actually. I think I'm just gonna heal myself.
Okay.
So second wind is probably just the
Right.
more appropriate one.
So you will actually need to use your heal rather than second wind.
Oh, second wind's a standard, of course. Yep.
And it didn't matter for Syl because he was dazed, so he only got one anyways.
No worries.
Morin, go ahead. You are muted
Oh.
if you're trying to say something.
Nope, I was waiting. Okay. I think I'm going to turn for my standard action the acid weapon onto this surfaced category 2 here.
Okay. Augment or no?
No, I'm not going to augment.
24 against AC would be a 26 against AC because it is dazed, which is enough to connect for 101 points of acid damage, as it is very heavily wounded. And is now -2 to defenses, in addition to all of its other sadness. All right, anything else?
I was trying to find the list of rituals in the ley line table to see
Yeah.
if there was something that could close the portal.
Okay.
Would a major containment protocol work? Or does it
So
have
it has
to
been,
be
one second. I don't think it's one of the ones that they have that can do anything about this. But I would say look through those and see, because the major containment protocol is, I think, Magic Circle, but they have
Yes.
them all somewhere. Yeah. So Magic Circle takes a significant amount of time, which is the problem.
Oh, okay.
It's not that it wouldn't be helpful, is that it just takes a lot of time.
Mm-hmm.
So if you think of something else, poke me. Otherwise, I'm going to go to Drock's turn, because I do want to try to get to the end of this for the end of the night.
Yep.
I was thinking, guys, turning the force portal into the reserve weapon again and seeing what happens and targeting the category 4. It's about... Oh, but he's pretty deep. I didn't realize that.
6 squares, yes.
Okay, maybe I'll just use thunder
You could
on...
attempt to shoot him through the portal.
That's
what I'm going to do.
Isn't it aimed at the Dark Moth?
No, that's just because I missed with a 1.
You know what? Sure, I will turn force into reserve weapon and aim it through the portal at the category 4. What's the worst that could happen?
So are you augmenting this?
For Al?
Sorry, I thought you're using the force portal, but you're not augmenting. You're turning it into reserve weapon.
Reserve weapon, yeah.
Gotcha.
Whenever we can stump Gary for even a few seconds, this is a good thing.
That's what I'm talking about. If he's thinking, he's like, all right.
I'm just thinking, what would Al do, and then what does Al have the ability to do right now? Are like if he could do anything he wanted versus what his restrictions are. That's the hard part.
Gary, can I use make whole?
I mean, again, time is the issue, but you can use make whole to fix things. Yeah.
Like rituals take several minutes.
Make whole does.
Yeah, most of the
take
rituals
like
take a
10
significant
minutes.
amount of time. So, okay. So you open up the reserve weaponry and kind of open it straight up into the portal with the idea that maybe Al is going to close it down or do something like that. Instead, what you see is the portal opens up, and then you see from your perspective, because you guys are looking up at this thing and you're seeing sort of the back of the weapons platform as it's aimed up. You see the little halo of energy on the outside of the portal as it's facing up, and then you just see the back end of the portal snap open, and you can see this continuous waterfall flowing through the portal, like through the weapons platform, but it's vanishing as it's going into the platform, and the weapons platform expands to now be large sized. So It's still smaller than the opening underneath it, but it is relieving enough of a pressure off of the ship itself that it's no longer suffering from the deluge. So you now have the force platform is not going to recharge until this effect ends, but as long as it's there, it's using the platform's energy to open portals, or using the ability to open portals to basically, the Leviathan is opening a portal and dumping water, and the reserve weaponry is now being used to open a different portal as that one's coming out and send it somewhere else.
It's not like filling up the place where Al is at the moment with water, right? It's going.
I'm not sure.
Are we drowning Al?
You're not sure where that enormous quantity of seawater is going.
You could contact him.
Yeah, as a secondary, I'll ask Al if everything's all good.
So, hang on 1 second.
We're currently waterboarding Al and asking him to tell him if he's okay.
My wife is saying goodnight. She's going to bed. That's what I'm saying. 1 second.
Good night.
Night.
Oh, to him. My bad.
So it's hard for me to also just jump into Al Shaib's voice if I haven't kind of prepared it ahead of time. But you ask him what was the question you asked him? Because I was saying goodnight to my wife.
If everything's all good with the portals.
Everything is interesting. I am thinking you are causing all of these creatures to come to you, yes?
Seems that way, yes.
Then this gamble could pay off. Although I would recommend telling me your change in positions should my portal close.
Change in positions?
Of the ship, yes.
We should let him know if we're gonna move, so he
Oh.
can move his portal with us.
Will
He's gonna
do.
do some dumb shit, man.
Oh, this has been fun, guys.
All right. So now comes me having to take a big turn. So because of the way the monsters are reacting right now, I'm going to start taking the turns of all the monsters go first and then all the ships, because I don't think any of the ships are really being engaged. And if they are, then I'll just sort of edit things. So starting off with our guys down here. So this one is no longer stunned, but it is on the surface, and that tentacle is over here. The Caledon can order the Dark Moth and the Gypsy to finish off that tentacle. I said I was going to do one thing, and then I immediately started doing another because the narration's easier for me. And then the Caledon, the Dark Moth, and the Gypsy with a surface category 2 are going to lay into it with several lances of weaponry. So we've got the Gypsy, Dark Moth. Oops, that's the wrong button. Dark Moth, please do the thing. And the Caledon. So 60 and 120 is 180 to the surface category 2. And Gypsy's going to pull over here. That is also going to bring our category 4 from down here. And it is going to approach. Ooh, hang on, there are 6s in here. So
What we should have done before all of this is just grab the baby and thrown it in the water, and then the giant snake would have come and eaten all of these. I'm forgetting so many names.
I mean, wouldn't we be the bad guys in that case, and he might just kill us?
So
he said if the never mind.
So one of the category 1s, swims down through the portal and comes out the other side above the ship and lands on top of the barrier on top of the ship.
Wouldn't he fall into the portal? Al's portal?
Part of him did. He's going to take some damage from that process. But he is going to now be in range to be able to attack the ship.
Where were these before?
So this one was here, and then it swam down and then went through the portal.
Okay.
Which I can mark the other end of it on the map, since you guys can know where it is.
Definitely got rid of the force portal.
So 25 AC against the ship is probably going to miss.
It definitely misses.
Excellent. And then this one's going to surface, shoot some venom bolts. Gonna miss. The Cat 4, he's going to maintain the thing that is there. Going to come over here, sustain, and then he is going to send some tentacles through the area. So start of turn tentacles. So he's going to summon 4 phantom tentacles around the ship. Where are my tentacles? What the hell? There we
Around
go.
our ship?
Yes.
You can make flying tentacles?
Yes. They are conjurations. They do not care about things other than range. Yeah. And then they are going to. So they normally roll in an initiative, but because there's so many things in initiative order, I'm not going to do that. I'm just going to have them act. So you've got 39 AC against the ship. So 20 damage. 26 also hits.
That also hits, yes.
Your macro says that it summons only 3 tentacles.
Equals 3. You're correct. So only 3 tentacles, not 4.
That's 60 damage.
So 60 damage to the shield around the ship. And then I think that's the only number 6 that's left on the map. And if not, I'm going to just deal with the fact that there's a lot of stuff in this map for me to keep track of. All right, number 5, the Oreste. The Oreste is going to move here, and I think is going to be in firing range of. Well, it will be in firing range of something. It's just what it's going to be in range of.
That is an aggressive move.
Mm-hmm.
It is in range of the category 2. It also is not being engaged, so it's since everything else is under the water. He'll probably be, and so he could be up here. That's. The Oreste is going to unload on the category 2, firing all 4 series of guns. 1, 2, 3, 4. So 200. What? Hang on. 160.
It's
320.
20.
And immediately bloodies that category 2. The rest is going to action point. And I mean, it bloodied the thing. It's going to do that again. So 320. Does it need all of them? Hang on. $240. No, it does not need all of them. It's going to kill this one and deal 80 damage to this category 1. So when you guys got into the battle initially, the Oreste was sort of crippled by the fact that it was being constantly engaged, couldn't get any range, couldn't actually bring its guns to bear on anything. But now that you can see what the Oreste can do once it's able to engage its primary guns, it's the heaviest hitter on the battlefield.
It has 32 cannons. No, 40 cannons. I can do math.
More important that the damage calculation for the size of the cannon as well. It has very heavy guns. So we've got these guys down here. So we've got. Ooh, what is he gonna do? Hang on. How close can this category? He is 13 squares away. Can get close. There.
Not very nice.
He's going to spend his turn. You know what this thing does.
More water.
So 37 is going to be enough to push the ship down to.
That does hit, yes. Do we have a... What if we do dedicate 2 platforms to this? What is this man going to do?
And that's going to be it for its turn, although it will get its tentacles out to prevent something coming from bothering it. This guy, he's not going to go through the portal, but he'll continue to come engage. He's very... Actually, never mind. This one is going to swim away. There's nothing compelling him to stay and fight.
I was gonna say, like, is this because the deterrence is no longer in effect? They're all just coming for us.
So, yes, partially, but there, you know, the dark light had some sort of effect on them. And now you're seeing when some of the creatures get wounded or are like get partially taken out of the fight, they're not as gung-ho to come and engage things. They're acting more like creatures, like wild animals, than they are.
No, I mean, so sorry, I should have clarified. I mean, like, why did the second? Because the second cat, this one here, the second cat 4, like, was fucking off last time because of the deterrence. Correct. Is it because the deterrence is no longer in effect that it's like now coming for us? Okay, cool.
And Baneslayer's probably still calling everything.
Correct. Baneslayer's still sending out a challenge to come and get some. Golden Lion. Golden Lion sees that things are getting really hairy over there. It's going to move over here.
Those jerks.
And it's going to turn on its main guns and bombard the shore, contributing to the skill challenge of the northern walls. And then we've got some... What's up?
I was going to say, those guys that saved us look like they're in trouble. Let's run away.
I'm looking for more 4s on the battlefield. Here's a 4. That 4 is very surrounded. It's going to get out of there. 4, like the red number 4. If you guys see red number 4s that I've not done anything with yet, like, let me know. Those there. Yes.
We killed the one other 4 that was there was the cat 2, and it's dead.
Yes, the Oreste killed that. All right, so we've got Venom Bolt.
That misses. That also misses. That also misses. That hits.
So 28 points of poison damage to the ship.
Guys, if we lose the ward, I don't know what'll happen.
So you guys are
very wet.
Wet with possible poison. I don't see any problems with this at all. The Ice Wall. Ice Wall sees how things are going and is going to move to engage. Is it close enough to hit? Yes, it is. So the Ice Wall is going to move through and ram that category 2.
dies.
finishing it off. It had very little health left. But it was a very good target for it to come and deal with it.
I like the idea that the ice wall just has a Leviathan like speared on its front.
The ice wall, if you guys, if for your characters being able to see the ice wall is a ship that does look like it's designed to like run into things. It has this enormous bladed prow. So when it does this does not look like some random maneuver. Like this looks intentional. And when it strikes into the side, it's sending off these harpoons and hooks, as well as cannon fire from the front of the ship to deal as much damage as possible as it hits into the side of the Leviathan. And that guy's
Can I
really close.
suggest that we spend someone next round spends 2% power to augment 2 on the cold weapon platform to give us total concealment, because that'll make us harder to hit.
Seems wise.
I'll do it if no one does it before me.
Yeah, you should probably do it first. Well, I guess it doesn't matter, does it?
As long as it's
Yeah, they
before
kind of all
your
go
turn.
together. All right. Sun's favor is going to continue pecking away at things, although it's really not in range to be able to hit it. I guess it could technically hit one of those things. Everything's under the water, so he doesn't have a shot on anything. He's going to double move.
Also, he has like 1 health. I mean, just get out of dodge.
Well, the idea is that if he can move and fire, he's going to move and fire. But if he can't fire on anything, he's just going to try to move to the safety of the harbor. And those have all gone, and the fortune will come. Get there. All right. Choose the boundless. Got this guy. The same thing. So we should just combine all these together instead of doing each of the venom bolts individually.
Should we can you change the target of the heal to ourselves?
No.
No? Okay.
I mean, can you in general? Yes, but after she gives the beacon command, it just does it at the end of the round. All right, so 4 poison bolts. I think all of those miss. The 28 might.
No, our fortitude is very high. It's 30, I think.
30. Okay, so miss on all accounts. And I believe that's all of the actions from different things. So the Superstition's End sends out a thing. Do you want to, if you wouldn't mind, hitting the defend option so I can see what the Sun favored get back? Gets back.
Oh, nice.
Target has a class. Target has an. Okay, so he gets 90 hit points back. Oh no, what type of beacon?
That's SV, isn't it? A small
one. Sun favored. Where are we? He has an emblem class beacon. So Sun favored has a small emblem, but so he gets 90 hit points
plus 100 temp.
Yep, plus 100 temporary points, which I don't think I have a marker for temporary hit points because I'm dumb. But I'll do that. All right. So he's feeling good. Still bloodied, but in much less immediate danger from a medium-sized wave killing the ship. Aegis. Okay, I know what Aegis does. 1, you're up.
Okay. So we have 2 Leviathan on the ship. And like, what is it? Can I engage with them? Are they like right there?
Yeah, I mean, like they're basically bashing on the warding around the ship. They're physically on top of the ship, trying to tear through the warding to get to people. They're in like normal people player range, so you could attack one of them if you wanted to.
Living missile Leviathan.
Yeah, so I could do living missile, or I was also thinking I could do dimensional scramble.
So the one thing with anything is that if you use anything that's not a single target power, understand that everything in this board is in 50-foot squares.
Right. Yeah, so that's what
you're
I'm
actually-
asking. Like, how close are these guys?
Yeah. I mean, because they're adjacent to each other, I could see you being able to hit 2 of them, but if they're not adjacent to each other, there's no way. Like you can't make a burst.
Yeah, totally. I get that.
So I would say like a burst attack could hit a maximum of 2 of them.
Right.
But then the question becomes, do you think Dimensional Scramble will do as much damage or be as effective as using one of the ship's weapons?
Right. Good point. So, yeah. So if I use a ship's weapon, oh, right, because some of them are friendly. Okay. And we're top of the order, so I have everything at my disposal, right?
Correct.
Except for
Force.
necrotic or force.
Force doesn't recover. Yeah.
We'll move force far off to the right.
Okay. So
We could hit, in theory, 6 with augmented lightning.
yeah, that's what I was thinking. Okay. So yeah, I'll go with that light purple square with augmented lightning.
Do you want to get the upper left or the bottom right one? This. Oh no, so neither are submerged, right, Gary?
No, it looks like
Yeah,
neither
everything
are.
is either on the surface or near the surface.
So you could also hit 5 actual Leviathans over here with the burst.
Instead of phantom tentacles. I don't know, but I kind of don't want these ones that are directly on top of us to be getting us.
Yeah, but we could shoot those with single target stuff.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that is true.
That's true.
If we displace the category 4, we could also get rid of all 3 of the
Tentacles. Or
tentacles.
whatever. Okay. But a lot of these are underwater on the right.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Where we've got our purple box.
Yep. You will be able to hit all of them because they're close enough to the surface that you can shoot the lightning detonation can happen underwater.
But will they benefit from concealment? The one.
It's a burst. They don't benefit from concealment no matter what.
Oh, right. Okay. Yeah, then let's do those. That sounds good. Okay. Let me go ahead and roll it.
Good call,
Lightning,
Morin.
Augment 2.
It's the whole fire bolt is addressed personally. Fireball is addressed to whom it may concern.
Oh, I gotta roll it again. Because there's more.
I need one more target. And that's gonna be nope, not gonna be a miss. I was gonna say you're gonna be a miss. The one that you would have missed is dazed. So
also, don't we get +1 to all these because of Baneslayer?
Yeah. So this is 102 lightning. This is 102 lightning. This guy is bloodied. And this one's dead.
Cool.
And everybody's dead.
Then I'm thinking, because I do have my action point, maybe I should use it.
You can use the cold since we're gonna use it anyway.
They're resistant to cold though, or is that not?
It's to get the concealment though.
We just want we just don't want to be hit, yeah.
Right. Okay. So I want to augment that too as well. Right?
Yeah.
This is a minor action?
No,
So
I'm action
spinning
pointing.
action point.
Ah.
Yeah.
So you're down to 27% of ship's energy.
Okay.
The important number is 20, but
Well, I mean,
Yep.
30 matters
but
as
also
well.
yeah, but 20 might not matter here in a moment.
And I'm sorry, so I already started clicking on stuff, but so cold is single target.
Cold is single target, yes. You need to pick a
All
target.
right. So let's go for the Leviathan in the. Well, do we want to go for one of the ones on the ship, or do we want to go for the big guy?
You might want to hit the big guy so he doesn't move towards us anymore.
The big guy's deep,
He-
deep.
He's very deep, and he does benefit from concealment, right?
I'd pick
Yeah.
off ones on the ship.
He is very deep, but you had the previous thing of maybe attempting to fire through the portal, which you guys have not tested whether that works or not. So you're not sure if he'll benefit because you haven't tried to
Oh,
shoot
yeah.
through the portal.
Okay, yeah. Let's try that. Let's try to shoot through the portal to the Cat 4. Augmented.
And this is blue portal, not green portal.
Yeah.
Okay. That's a natural 1, unfortunately.
Yep. Gonna kill another ship.
I don't think he's got. Well,
Oh, hold up. Baneslayer reroll, maybe? Is that
been used
Oh, it's
Been used.
combat, not turn. Dang.
once per encounter. It'd be really powerful. If it was once, but so it's not going to do any damage. It's not going to misfire and things like that because there's no. Because the misfire thing was more like a check, like you made a skill check to try to close the portal. Shooting it like this, the worst it's going to happen is that it's going to just miss. The other one was because it was a type of complication. But so the
Gotcha.
ship will gain total concealment.
Okay. Well, that's good.
So what does that mean for the guys on the ship?
So they take a -2 to hit. Everything that isn't adjacent to you takes a -5 to hit.
Okay.
Phil, you're up. Unless you have something else you want to do with your minor action, and if you do, you can interrupt me at some point. But we're at the end of session, so
Yeah, I don't think so. Go ahead.
what I would like to do, if that's okay with everybody, I don't know what people's time constraints are.
Sorry, I didn't hear what you said, Gary.
We're getting to the end of session, so I'd like to get to the end of the round, if that's okay with everybody with their time constraints.
Yeah.
Yep.
Phil, you're up.
Yes, I am going to. That's funny. Oh man, this is so difficult. I think I just want to fire necrotic at the Cat 4 through the portal. Can I do that?
You can.
Let's do that.
Augmented or no?
No augment.
Okay.
I did not add any bonuses. It's a 32. Plus 1, I
You're
think.
talking to yourself.
No! I see ski map. I hope it's better. That's much better.
It is much better. So 15 times 4 is 30, 60. So 60 plus 135 is 195 points of damage.
Nice.
Very nice.
Anything else, Phil?
No, I don't think there's really much to do. Good whimper. Oh wait.
So-
No, never mind. That's okay.
Did we decide that we're not doing anything about the ones on top of us because we're going to use a displace on them?
What?
No, I think we're just gonna use a single target spell on them.
Okay, so should I do that now?
Sure.
Sure.
Okay, cool. I think I'll do Radiant on, I guess, the left one.
Augmented or no?
No augment. And it's a +2 attack bonus?
Plus 3 total.
Okay.
So that is a 27 against AC, which will hit for. They are aberrant, so that is a total of 107 damage. Ow. Anything else from Sil?
I think I might action point and then hit it again with fire. If that
Okay.
is okay with everyone.
Do
Yep.
it.
All right, cool.
We need to use what we can. A rough time out here.
I don't know how I get rid of this. I just spread it out. I apologize.
It's fine.
Okay.
Right, so fire beam, ready go. 33 for 114. It's definitely going to do it, and that is going to bloody this creature. Which, once it is bloodied, lets go and allows itself to fall off the ship into the water.
Beautiful.
Anything else from Sil?
No, I think that's good for me.
Griffle. So right now, you're unable to move. The ship is grabbed. You can, however, make a check to try to get away from it. So that is going to be a dungeoneering check by default, and you need a DC 22 dungeoneering check to get out of the grab.
Is that a standard action?
It's a movement action, so it's the ship's movement.
Okay, yeah, cool.
But
I
if you
will.
move, you have to tell. You have to tell Al.
Yeah, that's fine. All right, so let's start with that. Let's see if we can ungrab, because I'm pretty sure even if we don't move, we should still ungrab. Because I think they can do stuff if they have us grabbed. Oh, yeah.
Easily done.
Yeah. Cool.
No longer grab.
Do we need to move, or can we stay where we are? I'm good to stay where we are.
I'd stay.
Yeah. So for my standard, I'm gonna have the beacon heal us. So 1% ship's power. Oh, not great rolls, but
I don't. Well, the way that the beacon heal thing works is that you're giving allied beacons some of your power.
Oh, okay.
That makes sense.
It has to be something else that's not.
Okay. Oh well, in that case, shit. In that case,
you can also use the weapon.
Yeah, I can.
Just note, there's 2 weapons left and 2 other players.
Yeah, I have other things I can do.
Exactly. Yeah.
Let's deter for now as a standard.
Okay.
So let's go ahead and hit that button.
All right. So give me that same thing that I had you roll before. If you could just hit that a whole bunch of times, like instead of hitting enter every time, just make a big wall of that.
I know. Big old wall. 20 rolls for you.
That's what I need. All right. So we're looking for numbers that are below 27. 1, 2, 3, 4.
I see a 1.
1, 2, 5. That hits. 6 is also below 27, which is this, which hits. 28 hits. 32. 28. 32. Is this random guy in here? 5. So, scrolling thing. The game really hates the map being this big.
I have noticed that.
Nah. So you missed these 3. Everything else get hit. Cool.
Did the crit count?
I mean, the
Oh,
crit was there's not that many creatures.
Damn.
Creatures.
Sag.
What would a crit deter do anyway?
Really?
Deter more.
Deter-
Ooh.
Yeah.
Deter.
Okay, so I guess the only other thing is I want to try and disrupt the Cat 4 that's the blue beam Cat 4 at the end of our turn. So I guess I'll wait on that one.
Morin, you're up.
Okay. So did we escape the grab from the non-bloodied category one?
You're
Yeah,
no
we did.
longer grabbed by anything.
So is it on
It's
top of the ocean floor now?
flailing on top of the shield and has not yet fallen, but it will when it gets to its turn.
Perfect. All right. Because if it's right there, I can curse it, right?
Technically true, yes.
I don't know if that'll increase the weapon damage, but will
It's
it?
an extra D8 or something. Yeah, I mean, yeah.
1 extra 1d6. It's happening. So I'm gonna shoot the category 1 that's flopped on top of the ship shield with the acid, I think.
Okay, augmented or no?
No, I won't augment it.
Okay.
Should
you add in your extra D6?
Oh, I will. Can I also get a +1 to attack from Prime Shot because I'm just as close to it?
You're already at +3, so I think you're fine.
Okay, and so my attack bonus is 1d6, is that right?
So
No, not my
your
attack bonus.
attack bonus is +3. Your damage bonus is 1d6. But don't put a plus in there, just 1d6.
Right, okay. 27 against AC.
Hey, and you rolled a 6 on the 6. You know, hey, doing things.
What a crit. What a crit.
All right.
And then Drock, unless you're going to try to radically do something without one of the platforms, I won't action point here.
Yeah, no, I don't think I have anything to do except the platform, so.
Okay.
Should
just turning some minor actions toward the problem of the portals. Like, I don't know what you could conceivably do, but like,
yeah, I mean, if you had an idea, I'd gladly do it. I'm just no ideas.
what like skills do you have? Because like I've been trying to look at my skills and make some kind of like rationalization as to how like I'd interact with portals, but my skills are like athletics and heal and like nature, and it's like none of these are helping.
Yeah, I got like bluff, diplomacy, and endurance, so
You can use weak ones and just make it worse.
yeah.
Could you use endurance to push back the water?
Yeah, with my 2 puny arms.
I stand on the shield and punch the water.
Be like Atlas with the sky.
Shoot the hurricane.
I mean,
why don't we just get rid of cyclones by nuking them?
Yes, genius. Thank you.
I mean, the most relevant skill I have is
turn you around one of these days.
I mean, I have Arcana, but I don't know what I could possibly use for my list of powers to interrupt a portal.
It doesn't necessarily have to be a power. If you're doing something that has a very specific impact, then you need to use a power. So I want to create a storm. You need a power. If you're going to use Arcana, it has to be knowledge of magic or changing the way something magical works. So even with no powers at all, if you're trained in Arcana and there's a magical effect and you want to disrupt it, you can use Arcana to try to disrupt that magical effect. There'll be a DC against whatever it is that you're trying to disrupt. Even rituals like like knock and like seal portal, right? Like the things that you are like magic circle, like there is an arcana check that you can make to try to overcome those things. And that's what arcana, when it's trained, is able to do. So you can just make an arcana check to try to disrupt the portal, just disrupt the energies.
Oh, then yeah, I would definitely try to do that. Could I
Okay.
try to? I don't think there's any value to like turning it away.
If we target the blue one, we can turn it off. We only have one left on it. Like then the portal could move to the green one, maybe, and get one on it.
One what?
Success. So you need 3 successes. We technically have 3 on the blue one, but it's still open. The third success is the portal diverting the water. So if we can close the blue portal, and then move the portal to the green one.
Yeah, then let me use my minor action to try to disrupt the magical flow of this portal.
Sounds good.
Okay.
Can I use my minor to assist somehow?
If you can think of a way that would make sense for you to assist.
A rousing speech is all I got.
I mean,
An arousing speech.
Morin is
Yes, that's what I
super
said.
good at properly executing magical spells.
So one of the things that you could do, and this could be something like endurance, right? Like on the top of the ship, there's all kinds of like water sprays and venom bolts and kind of crazy shit that's going on. If you wanted to use something like endurance to physically put yourself in the way of what would not damage you guys, but is like inconveniences, so that Morin can concentrate, that could be something that would allow you to assist.
Can you squeegee the windshield so I can see clearly?
Yes, I'm gonna squeegee the windshield.
Just get all that poison off of it.
No mods for this.
Okay, give me endurance, please.
Yeah, just cough. I can't click buttons and laugh, Gary. Come on.
Critical failure. He knocks me over.
I mostly meant just to do that before you made the other check. So 28 is plenty for an assist check. So go ahead and you're hiding behind your giant hobgoblin friend. Give me some arcana towards that portal at a +2.
+2. Okay.
So is that with the +2 in there?
Yep.
Yep. I believe that is a success. It is indeed. So put your energies towards that portal. Let me do a check for you as well. Okay, so closing down the blue portal, when you feel it snap shut as the energies sort of dissipate and it stops dumping water all over the shield, when you're getting stuff from, like when you're tampering with it, you're close enough and you've kind of got your arcane senses open, your sort of third eye, looking up at the two portals. The green portal is radiating with so much more magic than the blue one was that it's like night and day. It's like looking at a candle next to a sun. The green portal has an enormous amount of energy in it.
Dang.
Okay.
All right, so Drock, it is your turn.
Does Al's portal move into the green one? Or should we ask him to move it?
It will at the end of the round, yes.
Okay, cool. I'm going to use the final weapon, the Thunder. I just don't know who to target. Any suggestions, guys? I could do the 4s or the one that's on us, but it sounds like that one is going to fall.
Heard them. So on their next turn, regardless of whether it's going to fall, it's going to try to book it.
Yeah, only if it fails against Baneslayer.
Like 50-50. Yeah. True facts.
So the other thing is that that's what they decide to do if they're acting normally. You've seen that even when it's not fighting against Baneslayer, the ones that are injured are just leaving. Like they are running away.
This guy isn't bloodied yet, though. He is injured, but not bloodied.
I just meant the one of the two that's next to you is bloodied.
Yeah, he's gonna run away. I'm not worried about him. I don't know if I should target like the one still on top of us or like one of the Cat 4s. Any thoughts, guys?
Sounds like you're having to make a decision on your own.
Yeah, okay. I'm gonna go for the close cat 4 and use thunder.
Okay.
Sorry. He's 6 under. They're both 6 under.
Correct. And you do not have the open portal to do anything with him either.
All right, I'm gonna go for the far one who wasn't deterred anyway and shoot him through his portal. Maybe if we can cause enough damage, he'll think that portal's a bad plan.
Okay.
I like it.
We're still at 3 attack bonus, right?
Correct. Uh, 25 versus Fortitude, I do not believe connects. I can double check real quick. Defenses, it does not. Not against him.
Fun times. And I used my minor to help out, so I think I'm done.
All right. So since the battlefield no longer kind of looks like what it did previously, and I do want to leave this up to you guys. Do you think it would be more beneficial for the beginning of session next time for me to do the narration of what else is happening around the battlefield and having all the monsters move, and then you guys can react to it? Or would you guys prefer to be the ones acting at the beginning of session next time?
I think having everything move and then us react is a good start point. That's my vote.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Yeah, just to kind of reorient us.
Yes.
I think we should just take notes on what still needs. So the beacon was already said what was going to happen, so we should just jot that down somewhere. Was there anything else we need to remember?
I have a bunch of notes on this map. They're
Okay.
on the DM there, so.
All right, fair enough. So okay, as long as you have it covered, then yeah, I think starting with them doing everything, then us moving is a really good plan. Yeah.
That's where we'll end session for today. And I will send you guys a written out version of the vision from the beginning of today as well.
I want to
We are
rewatch that because it was so
playing-
cool.
We're playing in 7 days, right?
Yep.
Ideally,
I
we're playing
believe
this
so.
next week. Yeah.
Yeah.
Go.
Oh my god, Gary. Amazing.
Fan
Yeah,
of this
seriously,
session?
this is really
This
cool.
is like this is the most engaged I've been with the combat. There was so much
I still feel like we're
strategizing.
losing.
Oh, we got this. We got this.
I'm
We
still
got
waiting
this.
on Al to blow something up.
Yeah, Al's been
you know-
kind of just interesting.
I mean, it's only been one turn
Ooh.
since he said he was going to do something.
Quick question: since we closed the first portal that Al was using that Al was using the force panel for, can we have him use a different one other than force?
No.
Thanks.
No.
Force is
For the
like one of our
effect that he's-
best damage.
For the effects the effect that he is doing, he cannot stop it midway through.
Okay.
All right, I'm gonna stop the recording here.